Good morning and welcome. Welcome to the second day of the Symposium, Light, Space and Contemporary Art at Copenhagen Contemporary. My name is Malene Vest Hansen. I'm an art historian specialized in contemporary art and curation. Associate Professor of Art History at the University of Copenhagen, based just a few kilometers from here. I'm very pleased to co-organize this symposium with Copenhagen Contemporary, invited on board with the incredible Marie Nipper and the CC team in relation to this amazing exhibition CC have managed to put on show. Thank you. I also thank the Novo Nordisk Foundation and Terra Foundation for American Art for funding this and making it possible to have this inter- or cross-continental dialogue. Both in, especially here for the 2 days. And as you maybe have noticed, this is also recorded, so the conversations during the 2 days will be available later on the website of Copenhagen Contemporary, right? So it's possible to invite these incredible speakers and artists. So I hope you all have had a chance to see the exhibition yesterday, if not before, and experience how this exhibition points to dialogues, open up conversations between the light and space movement from the US West Coast, starting out in the 60s and 70s, 1960s and 70s, that is. And many of the artists are still working within the field today, and some of them present. And a number of their contemporary artists working on the European side of the Atlantic Ocean. This is the first major constellation of this dialogue between the American and European, especially North European, light and space artists. So these artists are working with a phenomenological approach, experimenting with colors, perception, in installations and investigations of light and space. Yesterday, the focus was on the mapping of histories of the light and space movement, if I dare say light and space movement. Since several of the speakers yesterday stated that light and space is not a movement. The very first speaker, Matthew Sims, problematized the idea of a movement as such, explaining that it is difficult to define the light and space movement according to specific parameters. The history of the field is much more messy. Why it seems more to the point to talk about constellations of artists working with shared ideas and similar interests. This point was repeated and confirmed during the talks yesterday by both art historians and American artists in their presentations. We did not consider it a movement. It was what was there, a community, as artist Lita Albuquerque phrased it. Instead of the art historical notion of a movement of light and space, Matthew Sims proposed to replace the term movement with conversation. And certainly, when we expand the space and time frame for light and space artists, as we see both in the Copenhagen Contemporary exhibition and in this symposium, conversations seems to be a very fruitful term indeed. However, even if we might consider the disposing of the art historical idea of a specific movement of light and space, demonstrating firm parameters to define the works related to it, the term is still alive, and it can function as a cliché in the literal sense of the word, a proposal for a canon to be actively engaged with, discussed, questioned, and to be continued. This exhibition and our symposium engage in both differencing such a sketchy canon, particularly by highlighting groundbreaking works by women artists in the field, and in making new constellations with works by artists working with light and space, weaving new threads in a fascinating field of works. Other global threads and weavings might be possible, but here the dialogues are opened between the US and Europe, in particular the North, where we are placed right now. And as you can see also in the exhibition, quite a few Danish artists are working in this field of light and space. So we might not be able to set up the specific parameters to define what works of light and space art are, but some words take form. Bodily interaction, immediate perception, thinking with your body, haptic, non-narrative, illuminations, presence, ephemeral, direct involvement of the viewer, articulate sensibilities to materials, experimenting with material, site-specific, openness, not about creating an object, but about perceiving a space. It's all about experimenting, paying attention, creative misuse of new technology, sacred, ephemeral. These are all words I heard yesterday. Words trying to grasp the way these works invite and sometimes force us, viewers, to think with our eyes and body movements, to sense ourselves sensing and our space in the world. The pioneering experiments with new materials, shapes, and technologies were testing new ground within contemporary art. When the early artists working with light and space and installations formed part of what can be seen as a general tide in contemporary art of the late 60s, the escape attempts, as American artist and curator Lucy Lippard has coined, some of the new art forms leaving the so-called bourgeois visual art frames and plinths, exchanging the commodified work of art in traditional art materials as paint and bronze, and taking up instead new perceptions, new everyday materials, concepts, new working methods. Different paths were paved: conceptual, feminist art, land art. We call some of these roads or ways of investigating the field and importance of art. The light and space artists often work with new materials derived from industrial and technological productions, developing projects and works in experiments, following observational and scientific methods, sometimes in direct and close collaboration with scientists. The artist studios could be exchanged for labs. Today, we will continue our intergenerational and interdisciplinary conversation on light, space, and contemporary art, with a focus on art, science, and technology, and how spatial investigation also implies social and political investigation. New perceptions and spatial exhibitions, institutional formats and exhibitions, and as the spatial investigations by contemporary artists often take place in close collaboration with architects, our last section today will focus specifically on art and architecture. But first, we'll look at new perceptions and spatial experiences. So maybe I'll also mention, again, it was mentioned yesterday, that some of the speakers are contributing to the publication that is published by Copenhagen Contemporary and Light and Space Berlin, if I understand it correctly. And so you'll be able to delve further into it. But now, let me introduce the first speaker. I'll welcome to the floor Dawna Schuld. She is Assistant Professor of Modern and Contemporary Art History in the Department of Visualization at the Texas A&M University. Schuldt's research concentrates on points of intersection between art, technology, and biology, with an emphasis on how the perceptual phenomena of human experience are implemented in art. She is the author of Minimal Conditions, Light, Space, and Subjectivity from 2018, and co-editor with Christina Libolt of Perception and Agency in Shared Spaces of Contemporary Art, also from 2018. For her work, Dr. Schult has been awarded Dana and David Dornsife Research Fellow at the Huntington Library, Pasadena, California, and a Senior Research Fellowship at the Henry Moore Institute in Leeds. Please welcome Dawna Schuld.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Malena. Green forward. Yeah. Ah. No. Thank you. I first of all want to thank Copenhagen Contemporary, Marie, and everybody here for the invitation. This has been a wonderful experience and a delight to be able to see the work in person again, and all of these people who are invested in this research, and particularly also want to thank the people at LAS Berlin for facilitating this meeting. So, I'm going to sound like a lot of the other speakers and say I have this broad, fascinating remit, and I'm going to try to make some sense of it, but I want to begin by admitting the very partial and problematic nature of this topic. As you can see, perception and aesthetic experience since the 1960s. How do I presume to go about historicizing perception? And more importantly, should I? Is perception not too subjective or too personal for historicizing? On the other hand, as several of us have noticed in discussions regarding the current exhibition and the history of exhibiting light and space art more broadly, perception, or more precisely, the perception of perception, has changed somewhat in the past 40 to 50 years. And this really came home to me when attending the Hayward Gallery exhibition, Space Shifters, from 2018, which in many ways was a sister show to this one. in the way that it integrated phenomenal art from the 1960s to the present day, so that it provided a historical framework for more contemporary work and also emphasized the contemporaneity of the historical work. So this kind of fluidity between past and present is very much in place in this exhibition and was at the one in the Hayward. And that contemporaneity comes through the way we re-perceive the work every time that we encounter it. So I'm opening with a pair of photos taken at the Hayward. On the left, Anish Kapoor's 2008 sculpture, Non-Object Door, as seen in the 2018 exhibition. And on the right, Larry Bell's Standing Walls, as shown in the 1971 exhibition, 11 Los Angeles Artists. Both sculptures exploit reflective materials so that the relationship of the work to the viewer, aesthetic experience, is foregrounded. Both photos are what we refer to as installation or exhibition shots. Rather than isolating the art object, they include members of the viewing public engaging and interacting with the work. But you've likely noticed, of course, the key difference here. The figures on the right simultaneously share the space with Bell's sculpture, and they're engaging it directly and actively. The little girl on the left holds up a mediating device that we're all very familiar with, through which she confronts the sculpture as an image, even though she occupies the physical space with the work and with other visitors. Nonetheless, and this is key, both are instances of phenomenological self-reflection, of perceiving oneself perceiving. Physiologically, the mechanics of sensory perception obviously remain very much the same as they were in the 1960s, or even 1,000 years before that. I mean, we just haven't evolved perceptually to any measurable degree since then. But the ways that we take that measure have. Aesthetic experience has a history because of changes in how that experience is mediated, described, and understood. Through technology, certainly, but also through the shifting scientific, cultural, and philosophical lenses that attend and prompt technological development. Light and space art, or phenomenal art, as I prefer to call it, since it's perceptual phenomena rather than the material properties of light or space per se that make the work meaningful, emerged in a technophilic moment when advances in computer technology and space exploration prompted advancements in new material development, experimental psychology, and mass communications. In 2022, we find ourselves in a similar moment, defined by innovations in new materials, a new space race to Mars, and social media. So, how do we historicize perception? We embody it. Helen Pashkian's artistic practice provides a lovely insight into this process. On a few occasions, she's made mention of an evocative childhood experience of peering into, not looking at, the tide pools near Laguna Beach that at the same time contained the sky while also holding within them these secret worlds. For the very first time, she said, I sensed that light was an alive thing. The memory is evocative because analogous experiences recall it. And it's formative because it lured her into a lifetime of looking into things. Her attraction to translucent polymers and plastics grew out of those observations, and some of her resin spheres behave similarly, prompting others to look more closely and carry the experience with them. I haven't had the chance to watch the public engaging with her spheres here, but at the Hayward Gallery, I was able to observe the way that people looked at these images, and keeping in mind the image of the little girl with the phone, it's fascinating to see the way that Pashkian's work thwarts that kind of image taking. It deflects the urge to photograph them because it draws us into into the object itself, switching our attention from interior to exterior, or oscillating, the lovely word that Beth used yesterday. We make our world alternatively infinite and contained. Much of the work in this exhibition grapples with the boundaries of art. What counts, what doesn't? How do we take the measure of perceptual experience, and on what basis can we agree? To perceive ourselves perceiving, write the phenomenologists, we must develop means of bracketing out both distractions and preconceptions, approaching each experience as if it is new to us, because it is. At the center of this phenomenological turn in American minimal sculpture were the writings of Maurice Merleau-Ponty, first translated into English in 1962. So because of that, coming late to the North American continent. It was Merleau-Ponty who proposed that in order to understand how objects become meaningful to us, we must make an object of our own changeable or unreliable perceptions of them. We're no longer present at the emergence of perceptual behaviors, he writes. Rather, we install ourselves in them in order to pursue the analysis of this exceptional relation between the subject and its body and its world. And so a thing becomes an experience. In the past, wrote critic Jack Burnham in 1968, our technologically conceived artifacts structured living patterns. We're now in a transition from an object-oriented to a systems-oriented culture. Here, change emanates not from things, but from the way things are done, unquote. Pure form becomes pure experience. Dan Flavin's diagonal of May 25th, 1963, or diagonal of personal ecstasy, exemplifies this transitional moment in modern sculpture. It's ready-made from a common fluorescent bulb, transformed through the creative act into a work of art in the tradition of Marcel Duchamp. But this is a ready-made with a difference. It's not only beautiful to look at, but it beautifies its surroundings at the same time, and its light spills into the space that's shared by the viewer, transgressing the subject-object divide. One reviewer maintained it was really difficult to sustain critical distance. The problem with art, he said, made more or less directly from light, is that the work seems to look back at you. It was no longer objectively a thing. An assiduous student of Merleau-Ponty and phenomenological philosophy more broadly, Bruce Nauman drew attention to the conditional nature of the viewer-object relationship in his video, Manipulating a Fluorescent Tube, which you can see in the exhibition. An obvious and rather humorous reference to Flavin's personal ecstasy. In this instance, we also see how new media are used to enhance perceptual self-awareness. By employing a video recorder, Nauman introduces layers of phenomenological introspection, first in his personalized dance with the fluorescent bulb, but also in the video recording, an artifact shown here that not only emphasizes the temporal nature of his performance by sharing it with the rest of us, we come to recognize his action as not just an action, but an experience. So the video acts as that bracketing device where we isolate an experience as the subject of our attention. Nauman's performative approach to phenomenal art making shares kinship with kinetic artists working in Europe at this time. Otto Pina and Group Zero enter into the discussion at this stage for a few reasons. First, to underscore the point that the phenomenological turn, as Alex Potts called it, away from formalist essentialism and in favor of perceptual contingency was not exclusively or even first of all an American occurrence. Indeed, phenomenology and Gestalt psychology, which posits perception as a biological system of structuring the world as a whole, were only belatedly adapted in Anglo-American criticism and laboratories. Secondly, Pina's interest in perceptual phenomena is precisely what drew him to move to the United States, where he felt he could find the technical support he needed to achieve his more ambitious projects, and where he succeeded György Kepes as director of the Center for Advanced Visual Studies at MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Not incidentally, he also became a colleague of Jack Burnham there, who I previously cited. Along with cross-disciplinary organizations like Experiments in Art and Technology, begun at Bell Labs, Kepes, Pina, and Burnham set the stage for this technophilic moment in the 1960s, when artists increasingly framed their work as research. Finally, Pina's description of Group Zero artists as astronauts underscores the importance of the space race to perceptual research and comprehension, while also explicitly linking outer space, sculptural space, and inner space. It's difficult to overstate the significance of the space race to developments in perceptual psychology and, in turn, to the history of light and space art. This is a present-day, full-scale working mock-up housed at Johnson Space Center in Houston of the astronaut living area at the International Space Station. In the 1960s, NASA researchers not only needed to be able to quantify what it takes to survive in a self-contained artificial environment like this, they also needed a qualitative assessment of what it would take to thrive in such an environment, to make it habitable. In Southern California, which is home to the aerospace industry and the human subject testing labs at NASA Ames, the NASA Ames campus, perceptual psychology had become big business. In Los Angeles, curator Maurice Tuckman, steeped in theories emanating from MIT, initiated his ambitious program pairing scientists and engineers working in aerospace with artists researchers. In what Tuckman later deemed the most significant of these collaborative experiments, Irwin and Turrell were paired with Ed Wart's psychology, an experimental psychologist who was contracted out to NASA. Using sensory deprivation methods to create analog environments, he then studied the experiences of his subjects, supposedly analogous to experiencing life in outer space, remembering that nobody had been there yet at this point. Fundamentally, his remit was to determine the minimal conditions necessary for habitability in outer space. For the artist, this presented an opportunity to determine the minimal conditions necessary for producing art from experience. Shown on left is Turrell demonstrating a Ganzfeld sphere, which is much more effectively demonstrated in the immersive Turrell and Wheeler installations in the current exhibition, and on the right, Irwin and Turrell in the anechoic chamber, where they and their volunteer test subjects sat with the lights off, retuning their perceptual thresholds. There's a familiar term in perceptual psychology called JND, or just noticeable difference, coined by the 19th century psychologist Gustav Fechner. It relates to how we take the measure of changes in perception. For example, we might tune the lights to a threshold where everyone can see perfectly well, and then retune to where we just notice the light has changed. In daylight, the order of magnitude from one state to another can be quite substantial when measured by a light meter, while remaining perceptually unnoticed. The closer we get to the threshold of fully imperceptible stimuli, the smaller the magnitude of noticeable difference. This doesn't mean, however, that we don't perceive change. We simply don't notice it. As an example of what I mean, we can look at this work of Irwin's from 1970 when he conditioned a gallery at MoMA, as he put it by the term conditioning, specifically Irwin's, by cleaning the skylights, switching out some of the fluorescent lighting, hanging a theatrical scrim across half of the ceiling to diffuse the light, and suspending a thin wire at eye level painted white at varying levels, intervals. By all accounts, most people just thought the room was empty or that the installation had been removed. But for some, they walked in, stood there a while, walked out again, and only remarked on the experience indirectly by declaring how poorly lit the next gallery was. Here we have an instance of visitors carrying around their own personal histories of a perceptual experience, but only as an after effect, so almost a viral kind of effect of the work. People didn't notice Irwin's installation because they weren't looking for it, though they might have experienced its effects. In the case of Eric Orr's Zero Mass, on the other hand, you cannot help but notice. You strain your eyes trying to notice, but when a shape emerges, you barely trust it. So close is it to your perceptual threshold. Zero Mass is also a work that in a very personal way reinforces the way that light and space art instills a history of perception, personal to me. My first encounter with it was an extremely dark version installed by Hal Glicksman on his property in France, and I had the luxury of spending a good part of the night alone in it, following Orr's own practice of using Zero Mass as a personal meditation space and retreat. This image shows Glicksman, standing in a 1971 version at the University Gallery in Irvine, which was tuned much lighter, but also large enough to be shared by several visitors. My second encounter was the iteration installed at the Phenomenal exhibition in La Jolla, which was an almost joyful event where the just noticeable difference materialized in the shape of others who were occupying the space. Now, here in Copenhagen, Zero Mass presents for me a new encounter, but it's not novel. This is what I mean when I say that perhaps the most radical aspect of this work is its contemporaneity. It's never an artifact of past experience, but must be reactivated by paying attention in the here and now. Doug Wheeler points to this reality in his titling system, which imbricates the past into the present. First created at Galleria Salvatore Ala in Milan in 1975, SAMI 75, this infinity space was reinstalled at David Zwirner Gallery in New York in 2012, DZNY12. Not a new idea, but a new experience for a new viewing audience. As Wheeler has noted, and I'm sure other artists will attest, the practice of revisiting and reinstalling a work also reintroduces the work in a new way to the artist. Phenomenological introspection, perceiving ourselves perceiving, is at times dismissed as mere narcissism. But we do not leave our social and political selves outside when we enter one of these spaces. This thinking relates also to the discussion with Beth about how women artists can be feminists and make abstract art without somehow selling out those identities. Each of us contains multitudes, and they provide richer experiences. Fred Eversley provides some useful and literal perspective, rejecting the notion that sculpture is something to be looked at, much like Helen Pashkian. Instead, it becomes a mechanism for looking with and through, inviting us to perceive, quote, the complex nature of reality, both physical and social, and thereby forming new kinds of subjective meanings, unquote. Eversley's observation that his work operates as a lens for considering the complexities of social reality may be surprising because we approach this work so personally. But by destabilizing perceptual engagement and bringing it to the conscious surface and positioning us to recognize our roles as active observers, phenomenal art has the disruptive potential, in a good way, to change the way we see the rest of the world. An observer in the psychology lab or in an art museum acknowledges the limitations and biases of his or her perspective, and in so doing, also acknowledges the subjective legitimacy of other perspectives. This presents us with what Merleau-Ponty called a second openness, another view afforded us through these sculptural mechanisms. We ourselves noticed how Eversley's lens invites us to engage others in our experience of the work. I know because there's proof on Lucy's phone from yesterday playing around with this sculpture. The work does not communicate a message. Rather, it coaxes us towards awareness of other viewpoints. What does it mean when we apply the phenomenological reduction to collective experience? Who produces that history? Who embodies it, and in what ways? Who counts? Historical accounts of encounters with phenomenal work do not resemble contemporary encounters. The Space Shifters exhibition was a revelation to me. Everywhere I turned, people were recording themselves with the work, and I wanted to stop and say, "You're doing it wrong." Now I'm not so sure. Actually, the longer I think about this and observe the observers, the more complex this all becomes. In 1966, painter Frank Stella famously declared, "What you see is what you see," summing up the literal simplicity of the minimal aesthetic. But is it? Contemporary technological advancements using the same perceptual mechanisms that most of us share nonetheless complicate that equation, adding layers to the process of perceiving ourselves perceiving that can be either distracting or instructive. Very recently, as of last week, I received a notice that Karen Sander has a new solo exhibition called "What You See Is Not What You Get." 22 physical works from previous exhibitions are carefully packed in shipping crates, arranged like minimal sculptures on the floor. But to see what's in each crate, visitors must don virtual reality headsets with which they encounter the work as shown in earlier exhibitions. Technological advancements in virtual reality, like the Oculus gaming headset shown here, complicate the notion of perceptual reality in ways that simply could not be envisioned in the 1960s. When my students, most of whom are learning to be technical artists, describe an experience as immersive, they're generally referring to experiences that are heavily mediated through technology. And as some of you heard me say last night, my initial response was confusion. Don't we enter the world immersed in it? I mean, what do you mean by saying immersive experience? But for the most part, that fact remains beneath our notice, that we are immersed and installed in our experiences. It takes something like phenomenal art to make us aware of that fact. Thank you.
Very much. I'll open up for questions. Otherwise, sorry. Okay.
Thank you. I think we spoke about this yesterday a little bit, but because of mostly the internet, a lot of people are suddenly having access to a lot of tools they otherwise wouldn't have, and typically tools that you can't learn by yourself under normal circumstances. For instance, how to make applications for virtual reality or other creative tools such as Houdini. Do you think that the accessibility to these online tools and the low barrier to entry will change the way that this kind of perceptual art is made in the future? Because typically if you want a large-scale installation, you'd have to be a large artist, because otherwise you can't afford to make it. But now suddenly you can, in real time, have like a critique from people you don't know from all over the world of an interactive experience that's, as your students would put it, immersive, without it actually being there.
Yeah, I hope my ambivalence came through because I think that there is promise, but I also think that there is tremendous loss. I feel that there's too much of a rush to substitute virtual experience for immediacy. I think that certainly critically, it's an interesting way a new way to calibrate these questions. Bluntly, I had a student, for example, who wanted to create an immersive experience of a European city that they had just visited, and they were so excited by this experience that they wanted to share it with the rest of the world and somehow build out this virtual reality where that was possible. Wouldn't it be wonderful for everybody else to have this? And I thought, well, would you switch out the experience you just had in the city for someone else's virtual presentation? Or would you rather be the person who gets to encounter it in person to begin with? And inevitably, they want to be the person who encounters it to begin with, which makes me think that level of engagement, that there's still a level of dissociation that diminishes the quality of the experience. In the case of Karen Sanders, what I found so interesting about this is that she flips the switch, where she's basically asking the question, what are you missing? By only being able to visit this document, rather, a very sophisticated document, but nonetheless a document of a past experience, which you're experiencing in the present. So there still is the perceptual immediacy, but she does it in such a phenomenological, self-reflective way, whereas what my students are trying to do is to close out the rest of the world. Not all of them.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you so much for that presentation. That was very interesting, and to the rest of you talking yesterday too. So I'm currently writing my thesis, and I am somewhat collaborating with CC here. And I am not from the art world per se. I study information science, and I do my research within the STS field, Science and Technology Studies. I have a minor in art history, though, and so that's the connection to my thesis. I think it's very interesting that you frame the experience solely as a phenomenological experience. Why not a post-phenomenological experience, since the technology, it seems, is so essential to the actual experience of the artwork? Does that make sense?
Well, it depends on the artwork. I'm from a strictly phenomenological standpoint, there can be no such thing, right? I'm not sure what post-phenomenological would be or mean. That seems to me to be denying the fact that we still have to work with the same old-fashioned perceptual mechanisms that people 1,000 years ago have. The technology has changed. Human perception hasn't. And so the term post-phenomenological instrumentalizes technology in a way that I resist. I think it changes the way we talk about and understand perception, but I don't think it changes perception per se. And what I find attractive about the phenomenological perspective is that it always asks us to dial back to ourselves and the world.
All right. I have just one more question, if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about immersive art, and you say that it's a little bit confusing sometimes to understand what exactly that is, I'm not definitively trying to define what immersive art is, but from my perspective, installation art specifically is a very refined way of immersing the experience of the artwork, because it centers the subject perceiving into the artwork per se. Anyway, what was I saying? No, so what I find interesting though is the way that I understand immersive art and installation art as such, is that it becomes, and also in relation to the new technology and digital technology and virtual reality, I find that the installation art genre is somewhat like an analog virtual reality. So I know it's kind of like a weird...
that says everything about your experiences. I don't spend much time in virtual reality, but when you do, you embody that experience, right? I mean, you're carrying that experience with you, just like Helen Kapashkian carries her memory of the tide pools. Yeah. That's why I'm so ambivalent, because I've realized I have to give over to the fact that the experience that any individual carries with them has to do with what's happened before. So, I mean, if you've spent a lot of time with an Oculus headset, that affects the way you experience the rest of the world. I'd encourage, more tide pools as well, but that's my perspective.
There's a question here.
Hi, Donna. Thank you. I noticed in your talk that you referenced both Merleau-Ponty's phenomenological model and also Jack Burnham, and there's such an interesting sort of point at which those are overlapping in the early days of light and space, or being interchanged, and Jack Burnham speaking about light and space work. So I was wondering if you could expand further on how, or if you see those two, systems theory and Merleau-Ponty's phenomenology, interacting in that moment.
Yeah. Well, they interact at the art and technology, in the art and technology project, certainly, but also because it's the same moment where cybernetics theory, which first took off, especially with the U.S. defense systems, starts being taken up by humanities scholars and becomes this whole notion of thinking about integrated systems, and relates also to Gestalt theory, this notion that we work in complex wholes as opposed to atomized parts added up together. Systems theory takes hold when people like Gregory Bateson start talking about the social implications of systems theory, something that I think is kind of intuitively familiar to all of us now, considering how heavily networked we all are. And so I think it's where it softens up. And certainly the artists who are working at Bell Labs are playing around with these kinds of things. How do we think about lived experience and habitability in terms of systems, taking it away from that hard science approach, and instead installing ourselves. I think that phrase from Merleau-Ponty maybe is where it happens. People who are installing themselves in a system and observing it from the inside out. And so you have any number of people. Buckminster Fuller was mentioned yesterday as well. The Eameses are also thinking about how all of these systems are integrated in terms of living fully and well and recognizing at the same time our connection to others. I think systems theory also provides another way of thinking about that second openness, how my experience is not isolated from that of other people. We're operating in sync. Hope that answers it.
Any more?
I have a last question. Thank you very much. You use the word technophilia about artists working in the 60s, 70s. Would you use the same word describing artists working today, or is there a different appreciation or conception of what technology can bring?
Yes and no. I can't remember who I was having this conversation with, but weirdly, I think there was this technophilia, and then we were talking about 1971, and that seems to be the year it just explodes. 1970, 1971. Technology, of course, is still omnipresent, but people are rejecting the philic aspect.
Yes.
They're becoming suspicious of its role in their lives, and systems aesthetics and Jack Burnham's theories come to a screech. They're kind of set aside because people don't want to be having that kind of association. And I think right now we're just on the downward slope of a second technophilic wave. So I would say, maybe in 2018, we were still living a technophilic moment, but now we're slipping pretty rapidly into technophobia again with some of what's emerged regarding social media in particular, but also, there seems to be more resistance to technology and not this kind of wholesale embrace. But it seems to, what's so fascinating about this moment is you can kind of follow a similar wave to what happened in the late 1960s, early 70s. Here we have the late teens, early 20s. Obviously, there was a pandemic actually in 1968. It just wasn't as big as this one, but a lot of similarities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, our next speaker is Mónica Bello, a Spanish art historian and curator, internationally recognized figure within art science and technology networks. She is head of arts at CERN, at the European Organization for Nuclear Research in Geneva, home of the Large Hadron Collider. Arts at CERN fosters dialogue between artists and scientists at one of the world's leading laboratories, where she leads the artistic residencies at the lab, the art commissions, and the exhibitions in collaboration with leading cultural organizations. For more than 15 years, Mónica Bello has been curating exhibitions and events internationally in collaboration with leading artists, designers, researchers, and scientists of various disciplines. She is a fellow at the Royal Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures, and Commerce. And Mónica, please come to the floor. You'll talk about art, science, and technology, new experiences, and ecosystems. Welcome.
Hello, thank you for being here and for the invitation. It's a pleasure and an honor, and I'm totally overwhelmed by so many ideas. And so I'm going back home thinking that I'm an art historian again, but don't expect from me a scholar-oriented talk. It's going to be rather descriptive of what some ideas that I've been collecting. So it's very bad that I'm in the second day of the symposium, because I used to mess up all my script after collecting and listening great ideas. So I'll try to be articulated, and bear with me. When Marie and the team of the CC, thank you again, they invite me to talk about the immersive experiences, and I totally agree with you that life is an immersion. And so immersive is quite broad at this time, at this moment in our century, and we should start to think about better words to describe experience. So instead of that, I took the liberty to go back to my field, which is art, science, and technology, and tell you what I think of all of this, because I'm old enough to see time and the century with perspective. So I'm going to start to tell you a bit of a linear story without pretending to be comprehensive. I'm just going to share some images. So, but before doing that, well, I'm going to skip to the next one. So, I love this image. I'm going to talk a lot about material culture of today, because we sense and perceive the world with our body, and I think, our colleagues here in the room, especially the artists, will appreciate the image. This is a light guide. It's using particle detectors, and we have many of them at CERN. They are not used anymore, but sometimes our archivist gives them as a present to the artist, and I say, no, don't do that, but I mean, it's a precious piece of history, and we need to preserve it, but also to share it, to open up a piece of our history that is very hidden. And this is part of the material culture. I think artists have been clever and sometimes sneaking inside the labs and managing to touch and feel and work with this kind of materials. But for most of my colleagues scientists, this is totally irrelevant, because there is an obsolescence in science that is, we often forget that is there and no one tells us. So let's stick with this image, these two guys looking very professional, and I'll use a question to trigger the conversation. How can we describe what art is today without considering the links and with the rapid scientific and technological developments, especially at the end of the 20th century? I saw yesterday, and I confirm all my suspicions, that the preoccupations of the artists from the light and space movement, conversational movement, persist in contemporary artistic practices. Maybe not formally, but the preoccupations are very similar. Especially with this connection, always keeping in mind that we are part of this scientific and sometimes technophilic and technophobic culture. And the complex technical system in which we are now is what is making us as humans, but also as a collective. So preoccupations that we share still with these pioneering minds, the link between space, light, and perception, this is the framework. Light at that time was a phenomena that we were hearing about in relation to many scientific things that were happening, like flying out to the moon and back. So light was the messenger to understand the path to go into the universe. So there were many narratives that were underlying this experience of light. Optics, research, all the glasses and prisms, all the behaviors of light and how they could be used to see through places in nature that were hidden. So light and perception was there, not only in the arts, and is still with us today. The emphasis in the experience, from inside, outside, I would say that today we are looking into these trans-species, trans-agency experiences. So this is new. Perhaps our colleagues, artists in the room, they share this. This intuition was deep there when they went to environments and landscapes and look into the rocks, the water. These are autonomous agencies that now artists are, they are looking for an interlocutor through the art. Employment of experimentation. I always thought that artists, the pioneering artists and minds, are experimenters, as well as the scientists that we often talk and think that they are the guys doing the experiments. But artists are experimenting with material nature and how this transforms us, how we look through and back, but also how we decide not to look or not to be observers. So there are many angles that about experience and experimentation and the image. And of course, this has become very plural. Today we have an industry that tells us about bodies, biology. So it's still very relevant. Experimentation with material nature. Transformation of them, these material natures, the matter, in vehicles of perception. The relation between aesthetics and techniques is very pronounced today and was still there back then. And of course, I think the contribution or the willing, having this agency in society and the responsibility of knowledge and giving and the effects, I think this is another commonality. So let's go back to the science, because if we talk about responsibility, we have disciplines. I guess it's the arrow, right? Okay. I'm coming back. Okay. So if we talk about responsibilities, scientists have one, and okay, yeah. The green one is... okay, the big one. Sorry. So in this image, I want to go back to the responsibility with what we do with these materials, but also the hopes to see through, and the devices that are created to go through these phenomena that are totally beyond our senses. But also what we see in these images is the pretty unprecedented collective work, which in the 70s was minimal compared to today. So if we are describing our moment today as the most complex and advanced moment in our civilization, where science is taking us to imagine nature, and nature as an object of reflection, and also an object in which we are, and we can imagine to travel to the end of the universe. So science is giving us this description. And for doing that, they had to invent the most precise machines with the most simple approaches. So what we see here, really, the big European bubble chamber was a prototype that is very similar, the mechanism is very similar to a champagne bottle. So the liquid inside this machine is agitated, it vibrates. The particles, the bubbles start to collapse and being crunched inside, And when the cosmic rays pass through our atmosphere, as they are doing now through our bodies, they leave a trace. And this was happening in the 70s, and the transformation of the laboratory in the 70s marks a milestone in the development of scientific and technological, what was called back then, progress. I like these images as well because they were in both sides of the Atlantic. It's not only Europe or CERN, but we have the Fermilab bubble chamber in Illinois. Fermilab was founded in the 67, something like this. CERN was founded in 1954, and they were creating these big machines that were nothing but prototypes to fail and go back again and try to measure something that is at the subatomic level. So I'm talking about something that is not spatial, is not talking about the current universe, it's something that is beyond perception, and this is my provocation. Also, I love the aspect of the scale when they talk about Gargamel, and they name Gargamel for describe the smallest part of nature, which is the particles. So what happens when these machines operate, and what is the outcome? This image. So these are gigantic cameras, and what they get are these images in which a particle crosses through this liquid. It's not a particle that is observed anymore. It's a signal of nature that is detected. And nature needs to be generous for that. So you see language is changing as well. So if you want to know how this works, a bubble grows inside the chamber when this is expanded with heat. And until this bubble is large enough to be seen or photographed, and several cameras are mounted around it, allowing a three-dimensional image of an event to be captured. So we continue, inside the laboratory, okay? These machines, these photograph machines, are invented in these places. No one knows about them. In fact, the joystick is invented by people like them because they need to move through these little traces to understand what they are seeing, the trajectory, the thickness of the trail. So there are many signs that are telling us what this stuff is about. Still in the 70s, and we keep inventing things. What is very interesting is that at that point in our history, artists are considering this, are joining this effort in this turning point. So how can we, with massive intuition, of course, because these places were still closed, with massive intuition, how can we join these efforts in which people are dealing with hardware, cryogenics, mechanical and structural engineering, electronics and informatics. And this has become that time the new landscape for the old research centers and design and the identity for the new. And what these guys are doing, they are describing and building methodologies, tools, resources, visual resources, as well as imagination, for which is, it will give fruit into the art later. But I don't think artists are just collecting this and going. They are in the conversation. So I often think of Peter Gallison's book, Image and Logic. I don't know if you know this book. But Peter Gallison is now well known because he has been one of the impulsors of the Event Horizon collaboration. But Peter Gallison in Image and Logic described how these places were changing, how the 70s was so influential to create a new understanding of research, and how these particle detectors that no one knew much about outside the normal citizens, were transforming something that was still very problematic, physics. Physics was moving from nuclear physics with the trauma of the bomb, while some predictions and models that were almost impossible were being confirmed by these guys with these machines. So Peter Gallison talks about his excitement of knowing everything. So he wants to go to the lab. He's a theoretical physicist, so he does not go into this pressure chamber. Vacuum is just a theoretical thing for him. But he wants to go there and understand everything. He wants to open his eyes and understand what is the mechanism and what you are looking for. What is this bubble density and this track system and these chambers and what is this about? So as well as Peter Gallison, we had many artists who are starting to deal with computing, hardware, prototyping, experimenting, and imagining that one day, in 2017 or 2008, the opening of the Large Hadron Collider, this whole realization of particle physics is done, is complete. So he says, Peter Gallison, check him out, get this book. He's a professor at Harvard University. He writes in the preface of Image and Logic from the 97 that he wants to know all about the experiment, how all these machines, the gases, chemicals, electronics, came to make facts about the most theoretically articulated quadrant of nature. Gallison is a polymath, and he is a person of his century. He discusses in great depth how these forms of complex observation could be possible via the achievements of large-scale scientific devices. And, but while he reflects of this, which is still the future for him, the Large Hadron Collider, he is also concerned about language. So how languages and notions and concepts can start to be articulated, and we could develop something that connects scientific subcultures with society as a whole and culture. And the way for him to do that is to establish trading zones where ideas and perceptions and methodologies could come together. So let's go back to the idea of nature, because I think during these 2 days we talk about perceiving reality, but we didn't go deep enough in nature. And nature and objectivity is related to nature is hot topics, and is always changing. It's an interesting topic that maybe is for the next symposium. But I heard my colleague artists to talk about the mediation of science to understand nature and to be engaged in this experience of nature through mechanisms and machines of scale and complexity and a remoteness that most of us are unable to grasp. Think that these machines that I was describing in the 70s, they were on the surface in Fermilab, in SLAC, in Stanford, in Geneva, in Copenhagen maybe. But right now we have the whole planet full of these devices in hidden and remote areas. So we have the ice cube, the neutrino detector in the Antarctic. We have several detectors and accelerators in the underground, 100 meters underground. There are new detectors being deployed in different mines, centers, well, in Montana, I think. They are moving into Montana. They are carving the old gold mines to put machines there. We have in the Mediterranean detectors who measure something that can be measured, but we don't know what is, which is dark matter. And then if you go outside our atmosphere, you have, well, the Hubble and the James Webb. Gravitational waves is becoming a crazy field. But all these devices are looking and sensing and detecting and giving us data back about our nature. And this is quite extraordinary. We are in a turning point here, and I think this is when Roger Malina, mentor and friend, astronomer based now in in Texas, he says, our intuitions, our languages, our metaphors, and our arts are all built on the wrong data for understanding our universe. How can meaning be formed in these machines? In what form does it arrive, and how can be made, in the words of the astronomer, it can be made, in the words of Roger, more intimate. So these are some of the machines I'm telling you about. They are 100 meters underground. This is in Geneva. It's the smallest detector we have, the Alice detector. This is middle size. And I don't have the previous one, Atlas, but Atlas detector is the largest, is as big as an Olympic swimming pool. It's being built by more than 6,000 people who bring little pieces of hardware from different places in the world in their luggage, and they stick it there. And these machines are so sensitive to any vibration that can sense, anything around the world. But what the purpose of this, still a prototype, is to understand what happened at the beginning of the universe. Sorry for the science lesson, but I think it's very relevant. We cannot talk about nature and reality without this quarter of nature cover. So very soon you will be hearing again about the Higgs boson, because it's the anniversary of the discovery, and then we have the whole law of the physics complete. But then all the eyes, these machines looking through our skies, inside the Earth, and they are in these amazing, beautiful, and reachable areas that I was, Lita, telling you about in the Atacama Desert. How can we become so obsessed about nature? We cannot end this continuous search. So this is the ice cube and the Hubble. Let's go back to CERN, because I was telling all of that. Time okay? Yes? Okay. So I'm going to move forward. So from the beginning of these laboratories, when everything, all the apparatuses were deployed, we had people coming to CERN. You will recognize James Lee Byers here, pointing out and down and looking for a sense of life. Or Gianni Motti becoming in his body an antimatter, and he walked through the empty Large Hadron Collider tunnel. It's 27 kilometers, and he wanted to go beyond, faster, crossing the thresholds of speed of light. But this is just kind of history. I wanted you to know about these works that are reflecting on these situations and events that these machines are describing. And it's important for you to know that people like Chloé de la Rue have this aesthetics and this depth that is so related to what we've been talking today. She was born in the 1986 and lives and works in Geneva, We are actually producing an artwork for CERN at the moment for her. And in her series called TAFA, she works under an idea that she environments. Environments are formed as elements of the redesign of an abstract body. In the processes, these elements converge and overlap, and she creates different figures, spaces of immersion, where the spectrum of information is plural and combines different materials and reflects about the flux of forms and energy in our surroundings. So Chloe talks about TAFA, which is an acronym standing toward a fully automated appearance. And she keeps digging and looking into the old technology and devices. And she works very much with crystals, fluorescence lights, electronics, hooks and wires, organic-looking layers, sounds, and video pieces to reflect about this progressive complexity. And what she says, the existence of an anamorphic condition that transcends everything. So I think I'll have to jump very quickly to the works that I want to explain. Halo is another work that reflects on this subatomic reality and the physics data. It's a visual form of the data from the experiments from CERN. They did it with other laboratories in different places in the world. And this, I think there is a video here somewhere. They created an immersive experience of the data from the Atlas Detector, working for 2 years with scientists who help them to understand what kind of data they are dealing with. Most of it is noise. It's just, data that brings a lot of noise into the detector. But they did something else to create an immersive experience of this connection with the data. They are very formalistic in this way. They want to invite to be part of the experience of subatomic events. They created a vertical piano, which was made for the installation, and this is what you are seeing. So it becomes an I think I have a video. How can I play the video? The one before. No, this is a different one, sorry. I went here. Here. Is there a video? Sorry. I wanted to show you the video because it's an electroacoustic piano, doesn't matter, playing the data and this, no? Okay. So it didn't embed. But semiconductors, and if you are not familiar with their work, you go and check their website. It's full of experiences in different parts of the world in connection with this subliminal technological approach, as they call it. And they are concerned about how science is mediating our idea of nature, what I was telling you before. So, but also they are concerned about the idea of time, how these images are static and temporalities are consistent. So space, time, lapse is the topic of Through the Aegis. What we are seeing in the images is antimatter prints. And they created a film with it out of 3,000 images approximately, cutting them in different sections and stages and shifting the focal plane of the images into micron steps and scanning across all of them to reveal a depth in the emulsion of 40 layers. And to reveal as well this important dimension that in physics sometimes is forgotten, which is time, and time brings experience to the work. So this work is simple and beautiful and extraordinary because these images are just inedit. They are unreachable for us. So this is a still image. They create prints as well. And of course, semiconductors are guys who work very much with the scientific fact. So they get involved in the processes, they understand the science, they go through all the bits, parts and pieces with the scientists, and they reflect formally on that. But there are many artists working with this kind of problematics of science, nature, technology that have different approaches. So I'm going to show you the current work of Sigurður Gudjonsson. It's Perpetual Motion. If you go to Venice to see the Venice Biennales in the Icelandic pavilion that I curated, and working with Sigurður Gudjonsson, I was a great experience, but also he has been posing questions about the exploration of matter and the fluxes of energy. So let's see if the video is working here. Yeah. If you enter the space in Venice, you will see this multi-sensorial installation that is large. It's in 2 axes. The vertical axis is around 6 meters high, and there is a large horizontal floor projection which occupies most of the pavilion space. The moving images, as you see, emerge, and they are played a bit. They emerge from a central point where the 2 screens connect, and what we see is a really poetic observation of the artist of a simple piece of matter, which is metal dust that he found in his studio, and he plays with a composition that comes together with a sound composition. The metal dust in this image warps and distorts, and the screens impose a pretty unnatural symmetry to this, creating an abstraction of something that you can find in any technical workshop. So this is Sigurður. Also, there is another video here, please. Work before with electronic imaging in Enigma. He used an electron microscope scans to show a fragment of carbon, providing a view of something that is uncommon to the human eye. So there is this narrative about perceiving sensorial spaces that he keeps exploring in his works. And I think I'm going to leave it here because time is gone, sorry.
Thank you very much. With these images from a somewhat different world, many of them, I wonder if the question I asked before about technophilia, does it make any sense from where you stand in the world?
There's 2 layers here. I don't really. So you see these techniques, this technology is based on experimentation and prototype. It's not on experience and embodiment, as it is with other technologies that we use today. I think there is a fascination about technology, but without this detachment that we used to have a few years ago. So it's something that is coming, approaching. How do we deal with it? But what is clear in these environments and with these artists working with these concepts, that not all of them work with technology. They are just reflecting on it, is that it's a question that we need to deal with, is this multi-layer dimension in which we are, and technology is part of it.
Yeah. So I'll open up the floor for questions to Mónica.
Particle physics question.
Yeah. Oh, there are many. So we can start.
What
Hello.
about neutrino?
Thank you. Thank you for your talk. I wonder if you could talk a little bit more about your thinking in curating the Icelandic pavilion and the experience of it and how it's been received.
Okay. So working with Sigurður, we became friends, and I have to say that it has been a great experience. And with Ingeborg as well, she is here, is supporting the artist, and so the experience of conceiving the work was pretty natural, because she has been working on the same topics with different forms, shapes, and challenges his entire career. Perhaps the challenge was to move into a bit far from video art and trying to understand the experience of this kind of works. So what is the location and the situation and the perception as well of the audience, the people who is there, and you have to respond to that. So, but this was part of the fun as well. So it was really great. And so the reception of it, Venice is complex. I think we had a great reception, but it's always with this big tag, Venice. So we are very happy, but I'm looking forward to see the piece in another more neutral, not so charged environment. Here. Yes, the sound is very important in Sigurdur's work. There is a tradition, Icelandic tradition, and very high professionalism and experts on sound. So we play with advantage, but also there was huge experimentation on the sound. The image is really well connected with the sound, so there is a work with the different frequencies and vibrations in the image. So he worked with a composer, Balger. He collaborated with him. And of course, this is the challenge, because you are asking the people to be wrapped up inside this environment with a sound floating. And there was a contemplative and meditative aspect of it that I think he masters this aspect in his work, yeah.
Hello. I just have a different kind of question, perhaps. So I come from the art and design world myself, and just a little anecdote. My partner, for example, he's a theoretical physicist. So the conversations we have at home around arts and science and technology, they always tend to go nuts. And I'm just curious to ask you, perhaps since you're kind of in a very hybrid realm as well, when does art become a mockery at science? And if you've ever experienced, either in the curational process of yours or just by documenting and investigating art and science altogether, if you've witnessed it become that. Because I feel like it's very rare that we hear the other side of the story of scientists and their perception on the art world when art gets inspired a lot from science itself.
I think I'm going to use the beautiful concept that Matthew invited us to think about the first day, which is conversations. So I've been running the program of the arts for 7 years, and my conclusion today, but well, my tool for engaging is through dialogue and conversations. So if you start to say collaborations, the expectations are too high or too low. You need to make community around topics, and then most of my colleagues scientists were skeptical 10 years ago, and through this experience, some of them lost interest, of course, some others were enthusiastic, but through experience they tell you, they give sense to my job. So they tell you things like, I understand the importance of having these conversations, because who else can tell the story? But it's not the story like let's create a fancy over-celebratory story. You are exposed to criticism, and maybe it's not mockery. We don't accept mockery. This does not pass our filters. But this being together is very important.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the talk. I think most people would agree that the natural world has some kind of like intrinsic beauty that we all agree on, and complexity, even the metal shavings you showed us through the electron microscope. And the more understanding we get of the natural world, the better we get at, for instance, mathematically describing the patterns of growth in nature. And you could also argue that, I think that one of the things that makes nature so beautiful is that it's very efficient in the way that it's been optimized through millions of years, and therefore it has some kind of complexity that we can't usually replicate as people. And you can even say that some forms of AI are like a type of synthetic natural selection. So I guess I'm curious that now that we have computers that can simulate these patterns on a completely different time scale, do you think that artists will undertake a more like curatorial role and like set like top level parameters, and then have machines as like collaborators in the way that they produce their art? Kind of a weirdly phrased question. Okay. I don't know how else to say it.
I don't know. I think there is an answer in your question already, but maybe instead of answering your question, I think it's a whole conversation. I saw by experience that seeing artworks that with digital tools and computing you can do everything you can imagine, but the other way around is very difficult. So out of a digital idea to create that through chemical processes or any process, this is very difficult. And there are artists who are doing that. And but this is pretty exceptional. We're talking about Venice, in the Korean artist in Venice, Jun Chul Kim. Maybe not in the works that are there, but he has, if any of you go to Venice, check his work. It's called Jun Chul Kim. He managed to do nature with natural things, chemistry and stuff, and it looks digital. So this reverse aspect, this is where the challenge is.
One last question. I'm not quite sure about what I wanted to say. I think there's a notion about even technology being off nature. You showed us that picture from the Atacama Desert. And right next to that, we have like the Salario Uni lithium bats, where we get lithium for our batteries, for our technology. And I actually don't have anything to say. I got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to offer a comment. I think that both of your talks somehow brought it back on my radar that I think artists are sometimes the people that understand scientists best at the early moment of conceiving an idea. I think what scientists are closer to artists than they might think themselves, because of course when you're proposing a hypothesis, you're really grasping for something you cannot yet define or prove. And I think one of the amazing things about CERN and what you're doing there is that every experiment started with someone having an idea, a hunch about something that you could not really know you would ever be able to prove. And I think something like what Nebula has now shown us, that we have the Hubble images of this incredible phenomena or gravitational ripples that you mentioned earlier, like that was only, it was thought about in the 1930s, right, or something like that, but then it was only proved like quite recently. Now we have the data to show that it actually exists, and I think that's for me is where, I'm glad that you point this out, that where science and art are really in dialogue. And also I think that all of this discussion about the phenomenological aspects of this art is like feels very indebted to these interactions between scientists and art that really starts back in the avant-garde. I think, I keep thinking Bauhaus and the futurists are in there as ghosts in these conversations. So just a comment.
I think, added to that, I think it's important not to forget the social space that needs to be created, not between artists and scientists, but also, you always have to claim back, give me the space, because there is always the risk. It's not an ideal world, it's not an utopia. The risk to lose social space for both disciplines, and this is
kind of
why the work.
Tension. A productive tension between the fields, and of course where they challenge each other and are quite different as well.
Yes. Okay. There's one there.
Then just at last, I would just like to add, so I'm in architecture, and right now I'm working on how we can create a reality where we connect ourselves much more towards nature as not a distant, picturesque picture of us and that. And with that, we are trying to work with the tide landscape, like with the cosmic connection between the moon and the earth. And from that, we are trying to create a landscape within we are experiencing space, which I think is how we can meet artists and science, which I think is very interesting. So thank you for your talk.
We have had a range of comments and questions also, but now we'll turn to lunch. Yeah. So thank you very much, Mónica. Welcome back to an afternoon where we'll start by looking at different institutional formats and exhibitions, starting out in Berlin with Light Art Space, and we have two speakers. Let me introduce the first, Christina Libolt. Christina has been working at the intersection of arts and technology for more than 15 years and has developed an understanding of the potential when both worlds come together. In her role as commercial director of Light Art Space in Berlin, she's been working with Dr. Bettina Kames and a team of 10 professionals since spring 2019 to establish this new art institution based in Berlin. And I believe you will present a more thorough introduction to the important work you're doing in LAS. Please welcome Christina Libolt.
My name is Christina Libolt, and I'm delighted to be here with you today on behalf of LAS. I will give a very brief introduction to our institution based in Berlin, and my colleague Ruth Kiesling will go in more depth than with regards to the Robert Irwin exhibition. So in 2016, motivated by a desire to offer engaging artistic experiences by bridging contemporary art, technology and science, Dr. Bettina Kames and Jan Fischer founded LAS in Berlin as a private non-profit art foundation. By the time of our inaugural exhibition in 2019, LAS became a foundation dedicated to commissioning and presenting new experiential artworks in this hybrid territory. Building upon this initial focus on art, technology, and science, LAS aims to be a future-oriented leader in contemporary art. Our ambition is to initiate discussions concerning our shared future. We want these engagements to be both challenging and broadly accessible. To this end, we dream up new exhibition formats and foreground interdisciplinary experimental approaches. LAS is dedicated to future thinking, and light is the foundation's guiding principle, a symbol of imagination, discovery, and innovation. After all, LAS' founding mission reflects a desire to give an experiential form to technological themes that are often difficult to grasp, despite the extent to which they define our lives. At every step of the process, we back the artist whom we commission with robust curatorial and logistical support. Participating in a rich cultural and social community, we also cultivate institutional collaborations as such and facilitate community outreach projects. At the moment, LAS operates nomadically. We seek out unexpected spaces and serve unique needs of the artist who we commission. This structure gives LAS projects a site-specific dimension and allows us to reach an even wider and more diverse audience. So let me provide just a couple of examples from the past exhibitions and events that LAS presented to date. So here you see media artist Refik Anador. He's a pioneer in the aesthetics of space machine learning and artificial intelligence. His exhibition, Latent Being, was likewise driven by research and emergent technologies. It was a site-specific, large-scale installation that responded to the cathedral-like concrete vastness of Kraftwerk Berlin, a former East Berlin power plant. LAS aims to be interdisciplinary, also with regard to artistic disciplines. That's why we always try to include music or dance performances in our site program. Focusing on the latest technologies, the digital space naturally plays an important role for LAS. The pandemic has been a catalyst, in a way, forcing us to devote most of our time in 2020 to create digital experiences. In addition to a diverse online program, we invited renowned artist Judy Chicago, a name we heard in the past 2 days here as well, to develop an AR app with us that makes her work accessible from any living room. The so-called Rainbow AR app is still available for free in all major app stores. In summer 2021, Danish artist Jakob Kudstensen undertook an LAS commission that acquainted viewers with Berlin's deep ecological and mythological past. In preparing his exhibition, Berl, Steensen exhaustively researched the remaining wetlands of the Berlin-Brandenburg region. Then, using a combination of advanced macro photography and gaming engine technology, he transformed his findings into an extensive network of video projections within Halle am Berghain, one of the world's most iconic techno clubs. By the way, this exhibition, the exhibition Berl, just opened at Aros, at the Aarhus Art Museum. That's just a performance that took place as part of the exhibition. More performances of the acclaimed choreographer Sharon Ayal and her collaborator Guy Behar. And here you see an image of the first artwork created with a quantum computer. This is also a commissioned work by British artist Libby Heaney, which was on show at Schering Stiftung in Berlin until May 1st. So LIS is a rather young institution. As such, we fine-tune our program and structure with every new project. Of course, building an organization from scratch is a big challenge, but it's also a luxury, and we enjoy learning and embrace collaborations. Thank you, Marie Nipper and the CC team for the opportunity to collaborate on the catalog. So a fundamental ethos links every project that LIS undertakes. We are committed to programming art experiences that maintain broad accessibility while forming the cutting edge of cultural, technological, and social conversations, all centered around the future. In closing, I'd like to mention an LIS commission that crystallizes our ethos on multiple levels, Light and Space by Robert Irwin. Simultaneously inviting and cutting edge, Irwin's pioneering work and decades-long practice syncs perfectly with LIS missions. So it was our pride that we commissioned Irwin to produce a new iteration of the Light and Space series. But I will stop here, as Ruth Kiesling will now present the special collaboration and exhibition in more detail. So thank you so much for your attention, and please get in touch whenever you get a chance to come to Berlin.
Thank you very much. Before Ruth comes to the floor, I'll give a short introduction. Ruth Kiesling is an independent curator, researcher and art historian. She co-curated the exhibition by Robert Irwin at Kraftwerk Berlin with Amira Gard, head of programs of Light Art Space in Berlin, in close collaboration with the team, I would say the LAS production team. So, but prior to joining Light Art Space in Berlin, until February this year, I understand, she held a position as curator at Kunsthalle Basel, where she curated an exhibition with David Lamelas, including a reiteration of his seminal performance, Time. Ruth Kiesling has been collaborating closely with contemporary artists in various capacities on publications, the production of new works, and exhibition projects. Many of the projects with different site-specific qualities. Among the artists she's been working with are Nevin Aladak, Richard Archfager, Anthony McCall, Louise Lawler, Robert Morris, and more. But now you will primarily talk about the Robert Irwin in Berlin. Please welcome Ruth Kiesling.
So thank you very much, Marlene West Hansen, for the introduction, and to you and CC for the invitation to this conference. And also thank you to the many light and space scholars that are here, whom we have been in touch over, I think, the last 1.5, 2 years, that have been knowingly and maybe also sometimes unknowingly contributed a lot to our exhibition in Berlin. And there's one person I want to mention specifically, which is Franz Hempel, who has been also instrumental in bringing this show to life. So after, we are here. So after this wide range of scholarly expertise that we heard over the last 1.5 days, I would like to invite you to follow me on to a very practical or hands-on level when I give you some impressions of the exhibition in Berlin. As Christina said already, it has been taking place at Kraftwerk Berlin over the winter last year. And as you see here, in a way, the thinking about the show started much, much earlier. This is why I would like to take you to a trip to Italy. So from Copenhagen to Berlin, to Italy, to Berlin, and back. And I would like to take you there because this was the very first time that I encountered a work by Robert Irwin in real life. And I think this was a crucial experience for me I think the exhibition in a way couldn't have been done without. I went there in spring 2020 to see his Irwin's only site-specific, site-conditioned works that are permanently installed here in Europe at Villa Panza, which houses the minimal art collection of the late Giuseppe Panzo, who has played an important role in light and space. Having arrived in sunny Milan, I took a train north towards the extension of the Italian Alps when it started to rain heavily. By the time I got to Varese, it was raining cats and dogs, and it would later be clear that it was an exceptionally heavy rain with widespread flooding all over the area. I quickly checked into my hotel and ran over to Villa Panza, where I arrived soaking wet. The person at the entrance kindly provided me with a floor plan of the villa that you see here. It's the first floor. The plan showed a rather strict path through the stately home, one that didn't allow for many deviations. Though some of this might have had to do with the particular alignments of the building's 18th, this is something I wanted to check again, if it's not 17th century architecture. There were presumably curatorial reasons for it as well. Finally, I reached the primo piano where the floor plan had me anticipating works by Dan Flavin, James Turrell, and Robert Irwin. I'm trying. Oh no, you can't see the dot here. The red area marks the Irwin rooms. Though Flavin's works were easy to find, a matter of seeing the colored light emanating through open doors along the corridor, I could not see Irwin's works anywhere. I must admit I was not exactly sure what to look for, as I didn't come with an exact idea in mind, so I was glad to see at last the tiny signs that indicated their presence. Here on the left. So finally I encountered Irwin's Varese window room. But instead of a room filled with glorious sunlight and a bella vista through the window, complete with happy noises from the surrounding park, the smell of spring flowers and shafts of warm light streaming in from the outside, which you would see here, I found myself in a room that was cold and damp from the rain. Here. A space cast in a somber grayish light. The window had even been closed on account of the rain, as you can see. Though I had known all along that I was taking a bit of a risk by seeing the work in that state, I had to admit the overall situation was rather uninviting and disappointing, a bit disorienting even. But to fulfill the purpose of my trip, I of course stayed on. Then something happened. I started to see things. While the window and the view of the outside had still been the first attraction, I soon noticed many other elements in the situation coming into focus as well. The proportions of the window, the angle of the embrasures, the sharp edges of the cutout, the corner of the room that a spider called its home, the matte wall finish, the changing light conditions caused by the weather outside, and also the Polish cement floor with its cat paw prints intended in the surface. Not sure if this is part of the artwork. No. So, having trained as an art historian, I naturally started thinking about the window in art history, but also more generally about previous experiences of situational art, my expectations of a museum, and the path leading to this very room. I also became aware of myself in relation to all of that, standing, sitting, moving around. Admittedly, I also thought of my own state of body and mind and the fact that I was really getting very cold. The reason I'm describing this visit here is because I think Irwin's work is itself very much a journey. It begins long before you even set eyes on one of his pieces, and one that never really ends. It tells the story of how perception works and how it is fundamentally determined by both its present environment and your experiences. And it is this specific quality of Irwin's practice that was also found in his work and vision for LIS, Light and Space, Kraftwerk Berlin. So from now on, you will see many different views from this work, but it gives you time to look more in detail. LIS's collaborative journey with Robert Irwin started with a visit by director Bettina Kames to Irwin's studio in San Diego in the summer of 2019. Her visit was followed by a trip undertaken by Irwin's longtime collaborators Joseph Huppert and Jeff Jamieson. They came to Berlin in September 2019 and visited a number of locations. And I'm not sure, but I'm just mentioning it again. LIS is a nomadic platform that does not have a permanent location. The exhibition projects that Christina previously showed are all realized in different locations within the urban fabric of Berlin. Every time in a close dialogue with the artist's vision for the new works they want to develop for these sites. Joey and Jeff documented their visit extensively with videos and photographs and brought Irwin with them via FaceTime. A while later, Irwin's studio confirmed with LIS that the artist wanted to do a show at Kraftwerk, a former power plant for Berlin's Mitte district that was built in 1961. Irwin wanted to conceive a new site-conditioned work that would build on Light and Space, a series he had started in 2007, and the first work of the series is in this exhibition. So here you see Kraftwerk from outside and where it's located in Berlin, so really centrally and close to Alexanderplatz. No. Kraftwerk Berlin is characterized by a cavernous ground floor that you see here and a cathedral-like first floor with almost 20-meter high ceilings, providing an overall surface of almost 8,000 square meters per floor. With the confirmation of the location and the concept came the following drawing and the first technical details. Somehow it's a bit out of it's not really adjusted, I'm sorry for that. The drawing showed and described a huge freestanding wall reaching almost up to the ceiling from the first floor with a all in all 480 lamps in an irregular pattern to be installed on both sides. The lamps were to be produced in the studio in San Diego and shipped to Berlin. So after several COVID-related postponements, the exhibition finally opened to the public on December 4th, 2021, and was running for about 2 months. And now this is the exciting moment. Now we would see the video. Can I start it from here? And can you please turn off the music? Can you turn off the sound? Okay. As mentioned, the title of the work is Light and Space Kraftwerk Berlin, and it is, in Irwin's terminology, site-conditioned. It contains 240 white and 240 blue fluorescent lamps. The freestanding double-sided wall is about 16 meters high and 16 meters long and almost 2.40 meters wide, so almost a house. Complementing the plain title Light and Space Kraftwerk Berlin and the factual description is a further bit of information listing light plus shadow plus reflection plus color as additional materials in the work. The emphasis of these non-tangible elements is an important hint in terms of understanding the artwork and what to look out for. The plus in this description is an equalizing factor, but it is less a linear accumulation of elements than that it implies an interrelationship. Light and shadow, reflection and color can all be seen on the wall, conditioning each other. The plus also appears in the pattern of the lamps on the wall, among various other shapes that come into view when you look at it a bit longer. Looking at the backside, you will also see the identical pattern in blue lights. By some visitors, this was understood as a map, by others as a text in foreign science, a labyrinth, as many different things. This riddle of the arrhythmic layout of lamps played on the human capacity for pattern recognition as laid out in Gestalt psychology. It addressed the subjective understanding of signs and patterns that we rely on to navigate the world. The different colors of light and the position and size of the wall created two very distinct spaces of colored light, as you can see beautifully here. A rectangular space of white light emerged toward the front of the space and an almost square blue area toward the back. Both spaces were very different in appearance and were only overlapping in the shared airspace around the wall. These two differently colored light spaces exemplified Irwin's understanding of conditional color, as they evoked subjective associations with color, which are per se impossible to capture in words that carry the same meaning for everyone. And as mentioned before, the difference between the spaces was not only the result of the different colors, but even more so caused by the positioning of the wall. So now I think we should stop the video because I would now come to the next slide. Here. The positioning of the wall provoked a specific choreography for the audience as well. It enhanced the way one would automatically move through the space, as it was already suggested by the architecture to walk from the stairs on the east side, here, sorry, I lost track. To walk from the stairs on the east side of the floor to the western wall and back. Looking at this detail, I think it is easy to understand how Irwin developed this work from conditions found on site and how his concept of the site condition translates into an actual situation. The work not only relates to the architectural proportions in a pure mathematical way, but also to the way the architecture conditions the activity in the space. The visitors were allowed to roam freely through all the areas of the building open to the public and were therefore able to see the work from many different angles. They also found their way into non-public areas, which could be taken as a sign of the impression of the overall accessibility of the show, or maybe the curiosity sparked by the artwork. The physical experience of moving toward, around, and away from the artwork, the temporality of these movements, and the challenge of trying to make sense of the patterns of lamps are all very important factors in the process of seeing this work. Set in motion by Irwin's artistic gesture, this process was characterized by an increasing awareness of the role of the individual perspective, further the consciousness of the presence and perspective of other visitors, and a sense of the relationship between oneself, the artwork, the architecture, and the ambient atmosphere that very much included an engagement of the whole body and all senses. This is a view that, of course, no one visiting the exhibition ever had, because you would never be able to see both sides at the same time. In a way, the exhibition visitors found themselves in a kind of model situation on perception. They could track how the artist had enhanced some of the aspects of the situation that would then be perceived with much more clarity. Over the temporal course of their encounter with the artwork and beyond, they were invited to experience how all senses are part of the process of perceiving and how much relied on their personal history. In this scenario, the artwork is, for all its formal qualities, a tool that stimulates this process and that makes the audience an intrinsic part of the larger whole. Irwin's emphasis on perception and awareness of its functional effects beyond the exhibition, along with his notion that a subjective, experience-based approach to art equals an intellectual approach, is in line with what LAS wants to offer its audiences. The curatorial concept was therefore much less focused on knowledge transfer in the classical sense than on offering a situation that foregrounds the subjective experience. Irwin's work is less well known in Europe than that of other American artists of his generation. In fact, this exhibition by LAS constituted his first larger show in Germany since his 1994 exhibition at Kölnischer Kunstverein, an exhibition curated by Marianne Stockebrand and the first ever presentation of several works to a German audience. That alone would have been reason enough to conceive of a conventional retrospective showing the full range of his practice from the 1960s to today. Instead, LAS chose to foreground the key ideas of his artistic practice by inviting him to conceive one new work that would allow the most focused reception and to concentrate on its nowness. It would be backed up by a wider context provided by the programming around the exhibition. This programming concentrated on formats offering touchpoints across many different levels and in various media that enabled viewers to enter into a dialogue led by their interests. So how am I with the time? Okay, so I will skip this. So the overall goal of these efforts was to create an atmosphere of accessibility that would strengthen the already accessible and open-ended artwork. Irwin's practice is very much led by questions and the resulting dialogue, which as a mode of thinking and working touches on an aspect that also plays a key role for LAS, interdisciplinarity. This was a leitmotif in the conception and preparation of this exhibition that brought with it inspiring conversations with various people, some of them here present, that helped shape the thinking around the exhibition. Irwin's interest in and openness towards other disciplines is especially apparent in two landmark moments of his career, The participation in the Art and Technology program from 1968 on, and his work with the first National Symposium on Habitability in 1970, that were both mentioned here already. The experimental character of both events and their non-conformity to conventional standards were clearly enforced by the artist's interest in an exchange with other disciplines that has already shaped his ongoing inquiry into perception and the interrelationship between art and its environment. Soon after the symposium, he abandoned his studio practice to pursue the rigorously site-conditioned approach for which he is known. And I assume we will hear more about this later from Lawrence Weschler. From then on, and for many years, he would work only directly on site and in response to the locations he has been invited to. This concept of the site-conditioned implies a deep interrogation of the situations with which he was confronted. Situations found not only in the museum context, but often at non-institutional or in-between sites as well, such as Kraftwerk, who is usually not used for exhibitions. This exhibition was also paying tribute to an artist whose work was a challenge to the ways of exhibition making at the end of the 60s, and led, alongside the work of other radical spirits, to changes in the institutional landscape to lasting effect. Light and Space, Kraftwerk Berlin, happened at a crucial moment in our society, held in the midst of a global pandemic that amplified many new ways of seeing art. It offered an, at that time, almost unique opportunity to experience an artwork in analog. We all know, of course, that this is the only way in which this work can be experienced. For many of us, it presented a respite from all the digitally mediated information and from the isolated ways of digital reception. It offered instead a journey that could be made individually or shared with others. The installation views from Berlin do not necessarily convey what the actual experience of the work was. I think that these images give much more the impression of the work being very dominating or overwhelming, so you just would look at them in awe. Yet this is not really how it was. The work was highly relatable, and there was an air of welcome and freedom to the situation that embraced the multiplicities of people's viewpoints. And in a way, the whole project has been a challenge to translate the artist's request that we heard yesterday, pay attention, into the visitor journey. And just as in Varese, seeing this work was a type of process that would be like a journey. You might have started with a more or less clear goal in mind and entered this peculiar state of being in between two places that allows you to look back, forth and sideways, taking up impressions on the way. A journey is a constant exchange between yourself and the environment. And I think this is what the exhibition offered in a very special way. And this experience would stay with you much longer than the actual visit and continue to have an effect long after. It would remain as a trace in mind, as was also said yesterday. So for my own part, I can confirm that Irwin's wish, his desire that we see more tomorrow than we saw today, was fulfilled.
Thank you for taking us on this journey. So I'll open up the floor for questions.
Thank you so much. I just want to make a comment because Jenny and I went to Berlin to see the show on the final day, and we were reading the handout following the exhibition, and standing there in front of this, total light wall. It was kind of interesting, like to read the sentence about the space and shadow, because when you start looking at it, I was saying when you were looking after reading the text, you saw something else, and that is just to say that I think it's a very important thing that he included this in the material description of the work, because this changes the whole perception. And it's not included in the title downstairs, but when we came back to Copenhagen and then had a new look at our light wall, it also changes. So yeah, that was just this.
Yeah, this was added at the very last minute before we printed out the sign that was to be installed in the place.
Hi, Ruth. So you did a very precise job explaining site conditioned as opposed to site specific. And this may not be something that occurred, but I wonder if there were any small changes or modifications to the space that came about with the work that were unexpected to you, or nuances that arose in the installation that weren't anticipated in the site conditioned nature of this piece.
I think there were a couple of factors that were due to the current situation, to the COVID situation, and restrictions on how the audience could move around the space. But I think the overall concept of the wall didn't really change, and what was very interesting, I think up until maybe 4 days before the opening, we didn't really know how the artwork would look like, because this was the first moment that all the lights were on. And this was also the moment we were able to see the extension of the light and what areas would be touched, and how this was also, I mean, we saw this drawing earlier, and this is very abstract. So, but on site you could see how you could read them in relationship to the architectural elements. And the way I understood Joy, and maybe Matthew, you know also a bit more about this, the pattern has been tried out many times, I think more than 30 times, of course with the images and views from Kraftwerk inside. And of course they were not taking up this angle and that pillar, and in my understanding it was a very intuitive process of how this pattern was developed. And Joey also described how that they have printed it out or drawn it on larger paper, almost that high, so with a different kind of, so Irwin and he would have a different physical relation to the pattern, and changed it again. So I don't know, Matthew, maybe you would like to add? Yeah. Yeah.
There's one question in the back.
Yeah, I was just wondering about the pattern, because you said it was intuitive, or is there any concept behind that? Because or the structure repeats in every installation. I don't know, my mind just struggled to read out something from, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it just happened automatically.
Yeah, I think the task is now that you look again for a couple of minutes at this image, and then you go downstairs. So there is, and this is also beautifully described by Matthew in the booklet, the pattern is irregular. You get the impression that you recognize signs that are not, in the end, they are not really signs. They are, and they are also, they don't really have a direction. And Joey once said that they started to develop the pattern from somewhere in the middle area, not from how you would read a text. This, in a way, just as you said, you fail to understand what you see. But what happens then, and this is, I think, what is part of the side-conditioned concept is that you, so from the pattern on, you can't read it, so you move to this area, you start to see this area, and from there you start to see more elements in the space. So in a way it leads you, it's just a trigger. The pattern is super present, but then it's just a trigger to look around you and see more of your environment.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ruth Kissling. Thank you very much. So I'll invite the next speaker, Maria Kappel-Blevad, a Danish art historian, and since 2010, she's a curator at Aarhus Kunstmuseum. Here, she's curated a great number of exhibitions of both classical and contemporary art. Some of these have dealt with art and light as a theme and artistic material, as was the case, for example, in the exhibition of Turner, Sun is God, that was recently shown in 2021, and Olafur Eliasson, Your Rainbow Panorama related works, presented in 2011. And now you're currently working with the director and the rest of the team at your museum on the realization of what you call the next level at Aarhus, and this is the topic of Maria's talk. And I expect we'll get a detailed presentation of the projects. So you'll talk about the process from the 2014 till now. Please welcome Maria Kappel-Blevad.
Yes, well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for the introduction, Malene, and for the invitation, Marie, and the rest of the CC team. On behalf of Aarhus Art Museum, which is based in Jutland, like a 3-hour drive away from here, I am very pleased to give you this 20-minute presentation on the realization of a large extension of the museum, formerly known as the Next Level, which will be featuring a new light and sky space by James Turrell, a sky space that is so far spoken about as the Dome, but still this is in fact only a working title given by the project team and not Turrell himself, so that may change also. And I also need to start out with saying that I haven't been part of the core team around the development of the new extension from day one. But of course my colleagues who have been closely involved for a number of years have kept me well informed. So based on that, I will do my very best to share all of the latest information regarding the Aarhus extensions plans with all of you. So let's shift here. Well, to a start, to give you like a clear insight on all of the involved project partners, the new extension is of course developed in close collaboration with James Turrell himself. And furthermore, it has been developed in close collaboration with the architect Morten Schmidt from Schmidt, Hammer and Lassen Architects, partly based in Aarhus, who also did the architecture behind the Aarhus building, which you see if you haven't been there. It's the red brick building with the rainbow piece on top created by Olafur Eliasson, a piece called Your Rainbow Panorama, who was installed on the rooftop back in 2011. The extension was originally co-developed by our former director, Erlend Højersten, who was introduced to Turèll and his art in 2014, when he, together with Marie Nipper, actually, who was back then our former chief curator, the two of them traveled to the States to visit Turèll himself and to start the initial conversation about the possibility of doing this collaboration on an extension, including a new sky space by Turèll. However, long before that, Turèll has been well known to Aros, and his light installation Milkran 3 from 2002 that you see here has been part of our collection since the opening of the museum in 2004. Also, I don't have these, but there are drawings dating back to 2011 that shows that our former director before Erlend Højersten, Jens Erik Sørensen, had already begun plans on extending the museum together with Smidhammer and Lassen architects. But the extension back then didn't include a sky space by Turèll. Nevertheless, I guess it sparked the idea that the new extension was meant to include a larger piece created by an artist working in large scales. And so Turèll came up as a possible artist to pursue in that aspect. Today, now under the leadership of Aros Museum Director Rebecca Matthews, work on the establishment and integration of the artwork has been reorganized in more detail across the organization. It has been anchored broadly within senior management, as well as in close collaboration with the client, Aarhus Municipality. And across all stakeholders, there's now a strong desire to ensure that this unique work of art is developed to its full potential. Since, as you all know, of course, since the 60s, James Turèll has worked with installations working or focusing on light, colors, and space. For half a century, he has explored how space and light can expand human perception, and so our understanding of the world. Expansive in nature, Turèll's art encourages slow contemplation, offering a counterpoint to our increasingly frantic contemporary world. His works all immerse their audiences in changing effects of light and color, thereby evoking a distinctive, also spiritual experience of time and space in all of us. And as most of you know, Turèll's monumental and immersive installations can be found in more than 26 countries around the world. And he has studied psychology, mathematics, geology, and astronomy, and this extensive knowledge and experience are clearly reflected in his art. This will also be a visible fact when the construction of the so-called dome will be completed in 2025. In general, Turèll's spatial light and color installations are reminiscent of these three-dimensional light paintings in which he connects body and mind, the earthly with the celestial, and the phenomenological and the spiritual. So, rising more than 9 meters above ground level, the dome is a vast work of art consisting of a circular space extending to actually 40 meters in diameter and then 16 meters in height. You see a visualization of it here done by Smidhammer and Lassen. Therefore, the dome will be Turèll's largest sky space in a museum context to this day. And at the top of the dome, as you can see on this slide as well, is this round aperture or opening. And it has a diameter of 6 meters. And this will allow visitors to look directly up at the sky from when sitting inside of the dome. In its form and alike, the dome has been compared to the ancient Pantheon temple in Rome, but it has also been compared with these more planetary, beautiful planetary sphere-like geometrical structures that has caught the interest of Turell in general throughout his entire career and life, also as this multi-genius that he is. And inside the dome is a construction provided with Turell's distinctive lighting, famous for its strong psychological impact. And let me just move on. As you can see on this drawing, the seating will be installed in a large circle running alongside the inner side of the wall of the dome. And here, the visitors will be able to contemplate the sky and also the rain, when it's raining, pouring in from the outside, directly from this round aperture. So from here, we'll be able to see how light and colors affect our perception of space, our minds, and of the life passing outside. And we'll also be able to experience a sense of community and connection between people. This is also a very beautiful visualization of where you can see how the benches are placed inside the space alongside a corridor that you arrive from when entering it. Turell often reproduces the kind of colors we see in dreams, or which he sees from within while keeping his eyes shut during meditation sessions. He describes the Quaker practice of silent meditation as going inside yourself to greet the light. So in fact, this is the light and the practice evoked in sky spaces like the dome, where visitors acting together over time and in collective silence will gain access to a similar experience, hopefully. Like Turell's art, which can allow scope for deeper contemplation, these meditational practices of Quaker, Buddhist, or Hindu culture are all meant to yield new insights. Among other things, the practices of these faiths involve spiritual work aimed at a state of higher consciousness. Turell would also describe this condition as the human theta state, a state of mind which is linked to the divine, one from which intuitive and creative expression springs. It's a sensual, bodily, wordless form of consciousness. This theta state, caused by the effect of light, dissolving the stability of our orientation, eliminating depths, silencing linguistic expression, and even warping space and time, links to the experience of the sublime, in my opinion. Here, Turell's light formations can involve the recreation of sublime experience because he implements all of these effects in his work of art. In many ways, Turell manipulates and disrupts the viewer's sensory apparatus, but at the same time strengthens our bond with nature and the light from which it and we are formed. And in a sense, he connects light to the sublime experience of romantic thought by describing it as the link between the spiritual and the physical world. At the same time, he states that what we see and experience is illuminated by the inner light of our own perception. Here, the inner light is presented as a kind of divine force that evokes inner visions. I don't know if any of you have ever practiced meditation. I kind of think you understand what I'm trying to explain here. But furthermore, he frequently employs this term to explain works where light produces the so-called Ganzfeld effect, which occurs when the entire retina is stimulated by uniform light so that you cannot define your surroundings. In Turrell's context, the term can be seen as a poetic reminder of the conflict between human rationality and emotions, an idea that also resonates with the sublime experience where man or female is similarly put face to face with his or her own logical and biological limitations. When this happens, it arouses a yearning to see and comprehend all the phenomena that unfold in the world around us. So in many ways, as an artist, Turrell makes us realize that we as subjects are in fact greater than we realize because we carry the light within us. Like other light artists before him, like Turner, for example, who we showed in 2021, he shows us that we are not separate or distant from the light, but are lit up by it from within by virtue of the many ideas that spring from our minds. So with his art, Turrell tells us that the light is inextricably linked to the intangible, immaterial matter from which we are all made. Bearing this in mind, the core of the dome will be the lighting of it, of course. So together with architect Morten Schmidt, Turrell has further developed and designed the interior of the huge space so that this sublime or psychological experience is significantly improved to create, a sublime Ganzfeld effect. This is also a visualization created by Smidhammer and Lassen, where we see like this celestial ocean that can be viewed through the 6-meter opening from a large 2-story bench, which is actually also angled to maximize the view of the sky from the inside. The lighting of the dome itself has been greatly expanded, and most of the light sources will be built into the bench. No technology will be visible, of course. And this will be enhancing the experience for museum visitors. The dome will also constitute a very special stage setting, creating opportunities for collaborations with other cultural institutions within the fields of film, literature, architecture, music, dance, and theater, etc. In addition to the dome, the extension project will include a large new exhibition gallery that will enable ARAS to display a larger share of the museum's collection, or alternatively offer more space for shifting exhibitions featuring leading contemporary artists. And here you see I have like an architectural drawing of the full extension plan, including the new gallery space as well as the dome. This is the new gallery space, the square here, and the dome, the circular shape. But the specific identity for this the gallery space is currently under development, and it could turn into everything from a sound space, a paper space, a space for moving images, sound and performance art, etc. Nonetheless, and despite what we choose to do with this extra space, a new gallery will future-proof ARAS's exhibition activities and enable us to continue to deliver art experiences of the very highest quality from the national and international art world. Turning to other features, the hallway leading up to the dome will also most likely involve lighting designed by Turrell, as you can see on this slide. But I have to say this is not yet financed, so it is still a bit unsure whether the special lighting in the corridor space will be realized. However, if we get the final funding for it, the arrival towards Turrell's artwork will be like a journey passing through a long passage towards the dome. So the extension here you see they're actually doing mock-up on the lighting in these corridors, so they're really hoping that we'll be able to realize. But the journey starts in this new glass building below the main entrance, and though becomes the link between the existing arras and the new extension. And in addition to the two free sides facing the ground, it is also a great wish to let daylight flow down through this large skylight that you see up here. I think I have another nice visualization of this one. And this element has been given this beautiful oval geometry, which on the one hand is directional and draws the eye up towards the sky. At the same time, it works or functions as a connection. At the same time, a connection is created with the arrivals at the main entrance, where the skylight is seen from the bridge and provides a view down to the visitors. In collaboration with Turrell, the project team has developed a design for this skylight that works with the same geometric principles as parts of Turrell's installations in Roden Crater, Arizona. I've never been there, but they say so. And the skylight is executed as a fiberglass construction with razor-sharp transitions from sides to ceiling. The glass of the skylight itself is integrated into the structure as one transparent surface with no glazing bars or visible frames. But as mentioned, this is also like an extra element that hasn't been secured financially. So still it's not 100% certain, but it would be great if it will happen. Yes, as you can see on this slide, the journey down to the dome goes from the foyer glass building. That's the one you see here. And it goes down like in this one smooth movement, down ramps under the ground. And the absence of daylight and the over 100-meter long corridor form the prelude to entering the overwhelming dome structure with over 16 meters to the opening in the roof, this oculus. Am I okay on time? Yeah, still time. Yeah, I have to. The organic geometry of the corridor winds around the underground gallery and the meeting with the outside of the dome up to the entrance. The floor drops approximately 4 meters from the foyer to the dome, and the room height varies from 4 to 2.5 meters, so that the spatial experience is almost compressed at the bottom. The light of this particular passage will be extremely important, and Turrell has worked with both colored and dynamic light in similar artworks to set the scene. Therefore, the possibility of incorporating special light fittings in the transition between floor, wall, and ceiling will be worked on in the future process. And yeah, here's more photos. This is also that. This is the goal they're gonna create for the frieze. Then let me just jump a bit quickly ahead. Yes, lately they've added this extra dimension, a thin mobile lid that can be driven over the opening of the dome to seal off the interior space. And it's, of course, for artistic and to highlight the acoustic and artistic experience, but it also contains an important security function because we don't want anyone falling in from the outside or anything being thrown in there. And it's just to say that the dome is placed like in a very densely part of Aarhus City in the urban public space. So it's important that we think of these aspects also. Security. Here's another drawing. Yes. Now the establishment. Yes. Okay. I'm just gonna say this is the overall timeline, and it's going to be finished in 2025. And actually, next week there will be they're already clearing the ground. So the first, what do you call it, spadestick, they'll start digging underground. And then alongside it all, they will also, like the whole developer, Aarhus Municipality, who's a close collaboration partner, they will also take the initiative to do this architectural competition on a new design for the surrounding park area. Yes, okay. Let me just wrap up this talk. Because since the fall of 2021 and the beginning of 2022, when our new director, Rebecca Matthews, took over, some changes in the project has been made. And as I've said before, some things are in process still and will be. So to wrap up this talk, the Dome will be the largest sky space in the world by Turrell today, outside of Roden Crater. And it will implement this grand artistic experience, giving our future visitors a true Turrell experience that will most likely make them lose their sense of time and place. So on that note, I will not say any more. Thank you for listening, and hopefully I'll see some of you again for the opening of the Dome, or whatever the title may be for the piece, when it's all up and finished in 2025. So, thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Yes, any questions?
Yes, we do have questions.
Thank you so much for your talk. I just want to continue on our discussion of affection and our awareness of our connectedness in between cosmos and Earth. And it was very refreshing to see this really, in terms of architecture, really, how do you say, put it into a building, and how you can actually experience the sublime and this ornamentation around a phenomenon like this. So that's just a comment for that, and that was really refreshing and interesting.
Thanks.
Thank you. So there were more questions?
I had a quick question, actually.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry. I didn't see you.
It was regarding the size of, I'm from Aarhus, and it looks huge.
It is. It's 40 meters in diameter and 16 meters high.
Yeah, so perhaps I'm just curious to hear about like the scale of this and the proportions. Like you did mention at the end that this is the biggest, and I think there is a lot of focus in like, the bigger the better, and all the time it's like we have to be the biggest, the best.
Yes.
And yeah, what are your thoughts on the scale, and why is it this big?
Why this big scale? That's a really good question. Like, as I mentioned in the beginning, I wasn't part of like the core team from the very beginning. So, but I guess that in collaboration with Turrell, Smidhammer and Lessen, and our former director, also because this also includes a new gallery space, the dimensions had to harmonize with one another, and also because Ares in itself, as this red brick building, is rather huge also. So it's measured to fit also the park area and the other buildings around. But you're right, like it is a huge hill. It's going to be a huge green hill that you can walk up to the top of from the outside. You can see how it will be like a smooth grass-covered hill that kids can be rolling down from and crawling up at. Yes.
Over here.
I can't really answer you specifically why they chose these dimensions, but yeah.
Hello, thank you for a very exciting presentation. And maybe it's also quite a specific question, but maybe you know something about it. I'm really wondering how Mr. Turrell, for example, by creating the concept for the lighting, is any kind of part, I'm sure it is, but what is it big part of lighting concept, also the daylight as well as the inner light, because of the skylights and very specific daylight conditions in Scandinavia. Is he paying attention? And you said it's going to be dynamic lighting, so will they communicate the inner lighting and
there will be
outdoor
the
lighting?
artificial light designed by Turell himself, but of course there will also be the importance of the natural light. And I know, for example, like during summer times, sunset will begin very early, so we are actually talking about, you know, opening the museum at 5 o'clock in the morning, so you can come and experience the sunrise, for example, and also during sunset. So they have also made a special entrance space for visitors coming like outside the normal opening hours of the museum. So once in a while it will be possible to experience also, like, you know, the phenomenon of the natural light changing outside. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I think...
Hi. So just a little comment about the dimensions. So one of the things that I'm focused on also in my thesis is the similarities between the immersive art, the installation art that I referred to as analog virtual reality, and some of the similarities between the art installations that are immersive and the virtual reality world is like the space, the feeling of infinity, for example. So bigger is better in the sense of adding to the immersive feeling for the subject perceiving. Anyway, so I'm also from Aarhus, and also in relation to the Bal, which was presented a little bit earlier by the LAS. Very, very beautiful installation, and which is, I don't know if it's present in Berlin right now, but it's present at Aarhus right now. And so I see this shift in focus from what we could call maybe traditional or classic art, like paintings and other art genres, to installation. So I wonder if you could say a little bit about what's the thought process behind turning to this specific genre in art? Is it like a experience economy or thought process, or are we moving into like a new era of our time? What is it? I'm very curious about that.
It's true that like throughout the past decades, at least, we've seen like an expansion of large video installations or other total installations that are very immersive. And ARAS have been showing them pretty often, that's true. But also we have like classical exhibitions with Turner, for example, or other painters or sculptures from back in the days also being shown alongside. But we have it's a huge museum, and we have many shifting exhibitions and big gallery spaces with a high, ceiling measurements. So we have also the space like CC has here for showing larger immersive artworks, and we simply love them, and they're just really mesmerizing and draws you in and transports you often to like another parallel world or whatever. So, and I think it's the same with Turell, who we discovered already back in 2002. He does the same in a more sacred sense, maybe. I don't know if that's answer enough.
So, one last question here.
Hello. I've noticed during the day that it has been mentioned that these types of artwork evoke some kind of sense of community, but there's also a focus on this very subjective personal experience. So I was wondering if you could elaborate on specific what sense of community, because it's also a popular buzzword of our times.
Yeah, it's
and
true.
I mean, is it a cinematographic experience? We are all there at the same time experiencing it, or is it? Does it keep other meanings in it?
And personally, I do think it's a tendency in our times right now. Now, one of the young architects also mentions that they're working a lot with integrating cosmos in the architecture, or like, I think because we've, lived through an ecocentric time, that maybe we need to, gather and enter, new communities also where we mingle among one another across generations, across gender, etc. And I think the art institution wants to create a space where people can actually meet, but also have like this common experience in in a space like Turrell's, where you sit as a community, although maybe silenced, perceiving this art piece all together. So yeah, I think it's a longing in our time to kind of involve with one another more than maybe it's, that's why the 60s and 70s are getting kind of a revival among us. And we also see, like in the artwork, a larger interest within spirituality and alternative religious forms also. So
yeah.
You
might also point to the more critical note, maybe that the experience economy was mentioned before, and these are very spectacular works. I don't know if ours is still branding yourself with like a mental fitness center, or
no, that was
the former
before,
director.
Yeah, a new vision is coming up now. Yeah.
Well, but in relation to that, Olafur Eliasson's The Rainbow Panorama, of course, it has been also this huge attraction for us, and it is a fantastic experience.
It is a huge piece,
but I wonder, did Turrell actually think about being in dialogue with Olafur Eliasson's work on the rainbow on top of the building, or did he create his dome, as his own project, not
I know, like,
specifically paying
initially,
attention?
like when Olafur Eliasson entered the competition for a new commission for the roof, it included a sphere element to it as well that wasn't realized. So I imagine that when Erland Højersten was appointed new director back in 2014, he knew that there was, a former idea of including a sphere form, like the circular shape, also in contrast to the square shape of the whole building.
Yeah, but did Turrell take into
No,
account?
that was before Marie and Ellen approached Turrell. But I know from some of the first drawings, there was actually a sphere-like shape included in the first drawings from February 2014. And I think that was the drawings that you took with you to Turrell doing a studio visit in fall of 2014. But then, of course, throughout the process, you have to collect costs and everything, and then the shape changed. Maybe, I don't know, because I wasn't part of it, but maybe because they didn't want it, to do like a one-to-one on the Olafur idea on the sphere. I don't know. Maybe you can comment on that.
Please.
I think the museum brought an idea of a spheric or a circular shape. Yeah. The museum, I think, brought the idea to Turrell, or the suggestion of doing a work that was a circular or spheric shape. But I don't remember, and I wasn't part of the process for very long, so it can, I can be mistaken, but I don't remember Turrell relating very much to Olafur's piece. I mean, acknowledging that it's there, but it's very much, in line with what you also say he's wrote in crater pieces and sky spaces and previous practices, and so I think it was kind of developed.
But it sprang out of those ideas, and Olafur's piece is very, links to the atmospheric and the neo-romantic thought. So it's, I know Aras has this bad reputation of being like only showing spectacular words for, the experience economy and all of that. But
also to, be more serious.
I was just trying to understand the degree of site specificity Turrell was working with.
Yeah.
Well, but we can all look forward to this in a few years, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you very much, Maria Kattelklever. So the time. So, welcome. Welcome back. We will now, I'll now present our next speaker. As you can see, not on the stage, but on the screen, from New York, I believe. I
I can hear you.
Yeah. Lawrence Weschler is author of a number of books and works of creative nonfiction. He's been writing for The New Yorker for a number of years, and he is the author of the book you see here, Seeing is Forgetting the Name of the Things One Sees, about Robert Irwin. The first edition came out in 1982, and it was greatly appraised. It was actually called, to some, saw it as one of the best books ever written on an artist. So we can only look forward to hearing more about your conversations with Robert Irwin. Please welcome Lawrence Weschler.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I'm just turning off my cell phone. Thank you. I'm so sad I'm not able to be there with you. I would have really enjoyed this event. But my brief, as I understand it, is to give a quick overview of Bob Irwin's career and his work, leading to a discussion of his architecture. So I'm going to begin with that image there. Over there on the right, I wonder if that's Bob Irwin there. Can you see the arrow there, I hope? Okay. And the reason I'm showing you this picture is he comes from LA, he's born in LA, and it goes to Dorsey High School, which if you're an LA person means something, basically in Inglewood. He is very much, as a youth, part of car culture, which means he's the kind of guy who would find a beautiful car and would then paint the dashboard with 20, 30 coats of ruby red maroon to make it just cherry, as he would call it. He tells an amazing story about how when he was 17 years old, he had done that, and a friend had wanted to get something in the glove compartment, and the glove compartment was locked, and the friend had with a screwdriver, had pried it open and in the process scratched a zigzag through the ruby red maroon, and how he literally almost killed him and literally could have had an entirely different life. But in any case, we'll rush forward. By the early 50s, long story, but I won't go into any of that, he is doing basically derivative abstract expressionism. He has a show where before the show opens, he suddenly realizes that everything he's done is crap, and he doesn't understand what he's doing at all. And he begins what will become a rather astonishing phenomenological reduction of the process of painting, bracketing out things to get more and more focused on what is involved. Over a period of 15 years, completely untutored. He had no kind of academic background. But he started, for example, by making much smaller. These are handheld objects, which he built the entire frame around the wood. He, by the way, would take the wax on the side of his nose and he would press that in, and for hours and hours, trying to focus on the gestures and so forth. He was very much bothered by two things, actually. One is that he didn't have control, he felt, of the physics of space within the canvas, what things came forward, what came back. And so he was more and more kind of trying to figure out how that worked. He says that Morandi was a huge influence on him doing that. But also he was bothered by whenever he would show these things, people would start seeing, that looks like a dragon or whatever. And he wanted to make a painting that didn't look like anything. That you just were able to look at the painting and experience it and not have any free associations. And so this is a huge deal. So he starts out this, and then eventually he gets down to these kind of pickup sticks, as they were called. But that's the problem, because they were called pickup sticks. And so then he eventually gets to the point where he's just doing lines. And the way the lines, you can actually see there's 4 lines there. There's a little tiny blue one at a very faint blue one at the bottom. Eventually, he gets to a point where for 2 years, he is working 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, at the end of which he emerges with 10 of these late line paintings. Something you can't tell looking at this slide is that, interestingly, you weren't able to say that they were a painting of 2 lines, because if you looked at in person, if you looked at one line, the other one disappeared. If you looked at the other line, the one on top disappeared. And if you looked between them, they both disappeared, which was a thing he was working on. Eventually he goes from that to these seemingly white paintings that you would come into a museum and you see them and somebody would say, oh, this is what I hate about modern art, just these white paintings. But actually, they were not white at all. They were poxed over with these tiny dots, with the result that if you looked at them for 30 seconds, suddenly the painting itself would blush. And often people would blush looking back at it. It was quite experiential. He then moves, but now he wants to, so far he's gotten rid of image, gesture. He doesn't want there to be, a gesture that people focus on, for example. And now he's wanting to get rid of the edge of the painting. And he starts doing a series of these discs, in which the shadow behind is as important. And he's painting in this one here, for example, the edges are the color of shadow. He's painted it very, very subtly. He even prefers them not to be lit at all. In this case, it has a skylight, which is how he preferred to show those sorts of pieces. But he's still bothered by the fact that you walk into a gallery and you're forced to look in one direction. He's trying to figure out a way to make a work that you don't look at, that kind of appears in the corner of your eye. And he starts these prisms, these optical instruments almost, that you have a very hard time seeing if you're looking at them directly. That's him installing it in his own studio. But a thing that flashes in the corner of your eye, and then you look at it and it disappears. This is one at a shopping center in Northridge, which was at the time the second most powerful optical instrument in California after a Mount Palomar observatory telescope. In any case, gradually he's getting to the point where he doesn't really seem to want to have a studio at all. He's trying to get rid of objects altogether. And in fact, he tears down the wall of his studio and just walks out and announces that he'll be available in response, which means that he'll just go anywhere anybody wants to talk to him. That's him talking to students at that time in San Francisco. You can see Alcatraz Island behind, but he goes everywhere. And similarly, if he's invited to a space, he will try to do something to the space, but that doesn't call attention to itself. That isn't signed. He gets rid of signature as well. One of the earliest efforts of this sort is he's invited to this very awkward space of the Museum of Modern Art, and he works on it for several days. And if you enter it from the left-hand side, you don't quite know it doesn't look like it did before, but he can't figure out why. There's partly he's put that scrim above. He's put this, if you can see, let me see if I can point it out here. This little wire is a few inches out from the wall, which is very mysterious as you look at it and so forth. And that's it as far as he's concerned. Or he starts making soft walls. He's engaging with architecture as he finds it, in this case at Giuseppe Panza's estate. And this is a room, but he's made it into a hall with scrim. And you have a sense walking through that it's a hall, but then there's a sense that there's something behind it, or it's very mysterious what it is exactly. Similarly, this sort of scrim piece, I believe this one's at the Walker. This was one of his favorite interventions. There was a room at the MCA, the Museum of Contemporary Art in Chicago, that was white with skylights and with those black kickboards around the three sides. And all he did was lay down black tape, this black tape here. That's his only intervention. And it was so remarkable because people walked in. First of all, they didn't know whether they could cross over the black tape. It almost had a presence to it. But one of the things, once at the opening, once people were walking around, they all said, and you put that column in, right? And he said, no, that column was there all along. You just never noticed it before. Or else, for example, in Wesleyan, excuse me, all he wanted to do was to kind of underline the beauty of what was there already. So he created this very low wall, and he incised it with these leaf shapes that different times of year you see. Actually, when you're from eye level, it kind of looks green. But there's this sense of the whole beauty of the scene is underlined almost, just very subtly, very quietly. Or, for example, in San Diego, he did a piece in this eucalyptus grove where the poles of the piece looked like other eucalyptus, so they were kind of invisible, and there was this kind of faint bluish apparition, which is a chain link fence, very low gauge chain link fence. But the result was, as you walked by, suddenly you would get this blast of deep blue, again, in the corner of your eye, and you would be summoned to the presence of what you were facing. By the way, throughout this period, he was not allowing in those days photographing of his work because he said that a photograph would capture everything the work was not about, which is to say its image, but not anything of what it was about, which is to say its presence. He was almost seen as fetishistic in this regard, and he gave up the ban, but that is true, that you can't get anything in a slideshow. This is one that some of you there might enjoy. This is what he did. It's hard to see in this slide, but you see it better in this poster at Louisiana, just up the street, up the road from you. And this was an example. He took the architecture, which he liked a lot there, and he just riffed off it. If you go back, you can see that there were skylights all along behind. That's not his. That's how the room is without his scrim. There's all these skylights. And what he did is he put down on the ground, he painted the same square that was above. And then right here, it begins to be a staircase going down. And he created these wooden boxes that went out into infinity, onto this mezzanine level. And you could people could walk between the boxes and so forth. And the light was in fact drawn down. And then you could come around this corner and go down into the next part of the exhibit. Perhaps the most famous of these interventions was at the Whitney on the 4th floor in the old Breuer building. His interaction with that window was quite remarkable. He basically cleared out everything else on the floor, and he hung a scrim, which was weighed down by a black metal bar. Black steel bar was pulling down the scrim here. He then painted that black. He painted an identical black band all the way around the room on all sides. When the elevator opened, if you were at eye level and you started walking, the black of the foreground bar and the black of the back wall bar kind of became unstable, and it was really quite difficult to figure out what you were looking at. Again, any photograph doesn't really capture the experiential quality of moving around. It was also about the way, so basically he is focusing on what's already there. The grid of the ceiling, the grid of the floor, and the way light pours through the room and changes constantly as the day goes by. And then, by the way, this was only the beginning of a series of interventions he did all through the city, trying to get people out of the museum into the city and to look at the city the way that they ordinarily looked at art. Just one last one. This is in San Diego at La Jolla. This was a museum that had this gorgeous room in which he felt it was ridiculous to try to put any object. And when he was asked what he would do there, this is what he did. He literally cut square holes in the glass, which was actually very complicated how to do that, and then half square and half square. This is actually an illusion. This is the glass here meets up perpendicularly, and the hole is perpendicular too. And the air would just waft in. It was, La Jolla, so it was very beautiful wafting. The sound of the surf would waft in, and that was his intervention. In some ways, all of these were a series of bracketings. The title of the book is Seeing is Forgetting the Name of the thing one sees, the name being the very last thing before you're actually able to see. He's gotten rid of image, he's gotten rid of focus, he's gotten rid of signature, he's gotten rid of object. And in the end, he felt his most successful piece in this regard, the one that took it down to 0.0, was at the Venice Biennale, where he was part of the team representing the United States. And all he did is take 4 posts. He went to a hardware store, 4 posts in the ground, and a wire string, I guess. And he said that as far as he was concerned, just the way that light played and the leaves and the dapple of light was everything that was required in a work of art. And more to the point, that the fundament, when you do a complete epoche, a bracketing of everything, he didn't use that language at the time. What you get to is that the true subject of art is perception, and is perceiving ourselves perceiving. Anyway, he had gotten down to this point, and he basically was set to walk away from the art world in a certain sense, just say, that's it. I've gotten there and it's over. Which makes the fact that within 4 or 5 years, 6 years, his next involvement that takes place is truly shocking, because he ends up with the single greatest, largest, most expensive public art commission in the history of the United States up to that point. I should mention here, by the way, that my first version of my book, Seeing is Forgetting, came out at this time, and was about this progression to virtually nothingness. Interestingly, a year after this came out, 2 artists, Irwin and James Turrell, were the first 2 artists ever to win MacArthur grants, the $500,000 Genius grants. Anyway, and it's partly because of that notoriety that you come to the Getty Museum. And the Getty was the commission of the century in terms of building a museum. They took a hill in Brentwood, many of you know it. They chopped the hill off completely and then built it back up. They put the top of the hill had been chopped off. They put parking lots underneath it, but then they brought it back to the hill that it was before. And they had Richard Meyer designing it. And Richard Meyer is a very fierce architect with very fierce ideas about what he's doing. As far as he was concerned, it was a series of geometric purities, Euclidean purities, Aristotelian, he would call them, and they had to do with lines being, for example, this line going this way, and then this line being this way, and this was the research institute, this was the museum on this side, this was the conservation and other institutes over here. And in between these two, he wanted to just have a series of, as you can see, stepped terraces, cement, with a very, very thin water course running down the middle of it, down, and then people could walk down there, and then there would be this aqueduct-like thing. And the people at the Getty were freaking out because this was so sterile and so pure that they were trying, and they started throwing landscape architects at him, and he was just chewing them up and spitting them out. And finally, they figured that what they were going to have to do was to bring in a full-fledged equal, an artist in this case who had just won a MacArthur Prize, and the game was afoot. It was really a war. I mean, Meyer and Irwin were battling constantly. Irwin was asked to come up with a new idea, at least for this area here. Well, a problem that developed was that it was so white. It became a real problem. I don't know why they had chosen Meyer. I mean, I admire Meyer many things, but I think he may have been the wrong architect for this site, because that white, just the heat in the summer bouncing off the white marble and so forth, became a problem in itself. And then to have this garden be just a terrace was a problem. So they bring in me. I ended up, it's too bad you can't see the title of my book. I did a piece about this in the New Yorker, and if you could see the title behind there, the title of my article about them was When Fountainheads Collide. This was in the New Yorker, and I was riffing off of Ayn Rand's book about Ubermensch architect, The Fountainhead. And when fountainheads collide, the battle of these two giants, these titans. In any case, Bob Irwin came in with this proposal, that he was going to recreate the hill, really focus on that, and to create a stream, a garden stream coming down this is a virtual stream. It's a notional stream. And with a garden, with very developed garden on both sides, with trees, and this is the hill down to this bowl, which would have a garden around it, and so forth. And as you can imagine, in fairness to him, Meyer was completely appalled by this. There's also a film that's been made of the entire process, which is well worth watching, called Concert of Wills by the Maisley brothers. And there's a scene that occurs both in the film and in the New Yorker, where at a certain point it comes to a meeting with the board of the two of them, Meyer and Irwin. And one of the things that's happening is that Meyer is absolutely appalled that the vision of Irwin is to stop paying attention to the view. You see the view everywhere else. It's a huge, gorgeous panoramic view, but he wants something more intimate, and he wants to take you down. And then on the far side, you can't even see the view. You're lower than the view. And Meyer is completely appalled at this, and he and his cohort, Harry Wolff, do this very elegant, thoughtful, reasoned restate of Meyer's argument, systematically eviscerating Irwin's core positions. Irwin smiled beatifically the entire time, waiting for Wolff to finish. Eventually, still smiling, he asked, "Do you want a response?" Wolff said yes, he did. Still smiling, Irwin pronounced, "Bullshit." And John Walsh, the head of the museum, says there followed the longest silence I'd ever experienced in this sort of thing. And we began to realize that these two could not work together. By the way, that is the first appearance of the word bullshit in the New Yorker in history. Anyway, Irwin then, by the way, one of the things they did is that up here, there was a path there, and it got to the point where they said, this is the demilitarized zone. Everything above this, and it literally is a level above, everything above this is Meyer's, everything below is Irwin's. Irwin is then faced with a problem that I'm looking at you, Maria, are we okay? I hope we're okay. Can you hear me, Marie? I'm just looking at you. Okay, I'll keep talking. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll only be able to do the section on, in that case, I'm only going to be able to do the section on this thing, but I will do it quickly. So Irwin was told that he could only, that he couldn't have a path down the center of the thing because of wheelchair access. And Irwin's response was, okay, well then I'll create a zigzag trail over bridges, and that's exactly at the level of wheelchair access. That's how he responded to it. This, of course, was absolutely horrifying to Meyer, and in some sense, it's exactly like the zigzag line that went through the the glove compartment earlier on in Irwin's life. But in any case, Irwin Meyer was not without his response. This was what he wanted the water to look like in his version up on top, and it came down into this thing here, which he called an amphora, and which Irwin understandably thought of as a urinal, his view of what was going on. The water then goes underneath here and enters Irwin's garden, which goes like this. And I will now go quickly through some of the aspects. The thing was that Irwin turned that challenge around, and he said, well, that will become the condition of the site, the wheelchair access, and I will take advantage of that. On the different bridges, I will tune the water, the sound of the water coming down with the rocks, so it's different on each side, and each of the separations will have different plantings, different kinds of plantings. It'll get much more lush as you go downhill. Again, going quickly. Here you see it, and then here he had, let's see, and then you would get, he created a kind of herringbone pattern of the water as it approached the waterfall in the distance, which in turn he replicated in the slate, the granite, I think this is slate actually, and in the wood. But one of the things he pointed out was that slate, it's the same pattern, but slate wants to be wider than wood. And he would point up at you can't see it because of me being in the way. He was really bothered by the way that there was this square was exactly the same, whether it was aluminum or whether it was the marble. All over the place, there was the same square of, and he said, this is not how it should work. For example, here, he said, this is crazy. These squares just look horrible on this thing, which is visible from this point of the walk. He said, that just doesn't make any sense in terms of Myers. One other thing I'm going to show very quickly, and I will make an endeavor to finish this fairly quickly here. This is how Meyer dealt with the same problem. Meyer, this is the Research Institute. This is the studies. These are the studies of the fellows looking out over a terrace. And Meyer had designed this perfectly cadenced proportions and so forth. And in the middle of the process, it was decided they didn't have enough money, and the whole Graduate Research Institute would have to be 10% smaller. Meyer refused to change. He was going to have this door here, and he was told that if you make it 10% smaller, wheelchairs can't go through. He said, I don't care. This is what I want. I want these proportions. The result was that the terraces existed, but they built these, they had to put in these bars to prevent people from going out, because if wheelchair people couldn't go out, nobody could go out, which was a fairly absurd situation, but that's the difference in how they both dealt with that. The people who sent me those pictures also pointed out that Meyer refused to have, this is not a black and white picture, this is the fire alarm. In case there's a fire, you're supposed to pull this, but he wouldn't let it be red. He wanted it painted gray because it would look better. I don't think you could find it in a fire, but anyway, okay. So anyway, very quickly, at the bottom of the thing, you have these the only sculptural elements are these bowers for the bougainvillea. When you get at that point, you look down and you see this interesting maze he's created. He calls it a maze for ducks. There's this beautiful waterfall, and then you are drawn down further. The last major point I want to make, and then I will stop in a second, is that Irwin, talking about his plantings, referred to an event that happened in the 50s, where he was with a beatnik friend who invited him over to show him this tea ceremony object. They had a really grungy dinner, and then he pulled out a bag. This is a beatnik who was into Zen. He pulled out a beautiful canvas bag. He pulled out that box. Then he opened untied the box. He pulled out another bag, and at the end there was a raku cup. And Bob said, and you really looked at that cup as if you'd never seen anything like it. And he tried to do the same thing with all the flowers throughout the thing, that he wanted flowers which were very architectural in shape in many cases, but he rose them, he presented them so that they were like raku cups, so that you could go from this huge, imposing architectural surround and focus on this petal, that stem. Final point here about the Getty is that when you got to what he called the PowerPoint at the far side and you looked up, subtly that quote, duck maze revealed what it was really doing, which was as if you had dropped 3 pebbles into the pond, and as they as the ripples went out, they became the architecture in the distance. That's that war. I had other examples, but I don't have time, and I stop. Okay. I cannot hear you, so if you want to talk to me, you have to. Okay, now you're trying to sound. Okay, thank you. Okay. He never thinks of himself as an architect. He's always working as an artist, he would say. He does feel that the artist should be brought in much sooner. If I had had a moment to show you the next thing I was going to show you was Dia Beacon, where he was brought in, and I'll just run through the slides very quickly here, to convert a Nabisco power plant into what became Dia Beacon. And it's often written that this was a time of all these architects were doing major museums, Gehry and so forth and so on. And it is now said that the most successful, it has been written, the most successful, I think it was Peter Sheldall said, the most successful of these was the one that had no architect at all. And he Bob bridles because he in fact did all sorts of things, but he created this extraordinary space at Dia Beacon. And he talks about the way that he worked, by the way, with a local architectural crew for architectural drawings and so forth. But he talks about the way there are different kinds of, but overlapping. I guess one way I'd also put it is that he talks about the dialogue of immanence. He says that people who are working at the edges of their disciplines, whether it's physicists or architects or novelists and so forth, are bumping into each other. And they are having a dialogue of immanence, as he calls it, of pure inquiry, and which takes place by way of reason and not by way of logic. And he argues that that is the ideal relationship, and he savors working in those conditions. I guess that would be the answer. Generally speaking, by the way, just to show you that you probably saw that already, but there's Bob. There are two versions of the conversation I had with him. They're the same conversation, but this book is now out of print, and it's been replaced by this other book here, if you want to just read a conversation of the two of us going through the garden. And the chapter, When Fountainheads Collide, is in the more recent edition of Seeing is Forgetting. Okay, I can't hear it. Okay. Okay, bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. In collaboration with International Arts Center Copenhagen Contemporary, we are delighted here at the Royal Danish Academy Institute of Architecture and Design to be able to welcome you all to this online lecture with Johanni Pallasman. My name is Louise Grønlund, and I am an assistant professor and head of the research cluster for light in architecture and design. We are thrilled to see so many students, friends, and colleagues from Aarhus School of Architecture, AHO in Oslo, KTH in Stockholm, and Parsons in New York for this lecture. This lecture is the last event in a series of lectures and talks titled Light and Space that unfolds the interdisciplinary meeting between art and architecture. We believe that through an awareness on the importance of light and space, light and architecture, the richness
Recording in
of
progress.
our experience of spaces and places will grow. We would like to thank the Dreyers Foundation and the Danish Art Foundation for their generous support to this. We are particularly honored that Juhani Pallasmaa today will join us and inspire us all with his lecture, Alvar Aalto's Atmospheric Light, Haptic and Emotive Light in Architecture. An introduction to Juhani Pallasmaa, who many of the Danish students will know as the author of Arkitekturen og Sanserne, or in English, The Eyes of the Skin. This book, the little red one, as we call it here at the Academy. Juhani Pallasmaa is an architect, professor emeritus and writer, based in Helsinki, Finland. He has been a practicing architect from 1983 and still is today. He has been the director of the Museum of Finnish Architecture, rector of the Institute of Industrial Design, professor and dean of the Faculty of Architecture, Helsinki University of Technology, and has had several visiting professorships in the United States, as well as teaching and lecturing all over the world. From 2018 to 14, he has been the member of the Pritzker Architecture Prize. Juhani Pallasmaa has published 70 books and 800 essays. His books include The Embodied Image, The Thinking Hand, The Architecture of Image, The Eyes of the Skin. He is an honorary member of SAFA, AIA, and RIBA, and has received numerous Finnish and international awards. So, friends, colleagues, and students, I will now pass on the word to Juhani Pallasmaa, and after the lecture, there will be an opportunity to ask questions by writing in the Q&A box below. Please, Juhani, the word is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. I will begin with a short quote from Alvar Aalto, written in 1940. Quote, "The eye is only a tiny part of the human body, but it is the most sensitive and perhaps the most important part. To provide a natural light or an artificial light that destroys the human eye or that is unsuitable for its use means reactionary architecture, even if the building should otherwise be of high constructive value." End of Aalto quote. My first subtitle is entitled Hapticity and Thingness of Light. In addition to representing the second tradition of modernism, in accordance with Sir Colin St. John Wilson's significant book of 1995 with the same title, Alvar Aalto is one of the masters of articulating architectural light, natural and artificial, both through architectural means and light fixtures. Already in his projects in the mid-1920s, he began to experiment with different ways of guiding light into interior spaces, and he also began to develop light fixtures. Through decades of intense practice, he developed numerous lighting solutions, which he kept varying and refining in scale and detailing all the way to his last works. Although Aalto lectured and wrote relatively much about his architectural thinking, he said rather little about the significance of light in his work, although it was clearly one of his central concerns, as the seriousness of the quote in the beginning of my lecture testifies. Perhaps the immateriality of light and its subtle emotional meanings made it difficult to formulate convincing verbal statements. Regardless of his obvious intellectual capacities, Aalto's working method was intuitive and experiential, not based on theoretical concepts. Through his design sketches, we can witness how his imagination or intuition gradually concretizes architectural ideas from the entity down to details. This image is one of the sketch sheets for the Vågseniska church. And it's amazing how his imagination jumps from the plan to minute details back and forth. Through his design sketches, we can witness how his imagination or intuition gradually concretized architectural ideas from the entity down to details. Judging by the projects, his basic assumption seems to have been that light is architecturally concretized and poetized when it hits and caresses a surface. This was also Louis Kahn's view as he wrote, quote, "Sun did not know how great it was until its light hit a wall." End of Kahn quote. Aalto and Kahn are usually seen as representatives of opposite intentions, especially as Kahn is understood as an American architect. However, the two masters were born at 250 kilometers distance, Aalto in 1898 in the Kuortane village in western Finland, and Kahn in 1903 on the Kuressaari island in Estonia. In Aalto's projects, sunlight rarely hits a wall directly, as it is usually reflected into the architectural space through deep wells or gently curving reflecting surfaces, light scoops of sorts. Consequently, light loses its directionality and occupies the space rather than enters it. His aspiration seems to have been to turn the experience of light into a haptic experience, to materialize light and make it touchable. The materiality or thingness of light is also one of the central aims in the light art of James Turrell and Robert Irwin, two American light artists. Practically all of Aalto's countless light fixtures reflect light on their surfaces, projecting an unconscious invitation to experience light through ideated touch. Tactility and materiality were altogether important for Aalto. He wrote critically about the harsh tactile character of modernist metal furniture, and he even extended this criticism to their unpleasant acoustic character. Quote, "An object which is part of a person's daily dwelling should not be too bright by its qualities of light. Its reflection should not be too bright. It should neither be a disadvantageous reflector of sound." End of quote, Aalto wrote. In his furniture designs, Aalto turned to wood material due to the pleasurable sensory qualities and associations of this organic material. The world of Aalto's design in all functions and scales is an experiential and sensuous world based on direct encounter and experience of the reality of forms, materials, colors, and light. The evolution of Aalto's concept of light. Aalto developed special windows and skylights already in his early functionalist buildings, the Turun Sanomat newspaper building and the Paimio Sanatorium. But his first completely perfected light system was the lighting system, was the idea of deep circular skylight wells in the Viipuri Library of 1929-34. Aalto describes his ergonomic and technical intentions in detail in some of his early lectures and articles. Quote, "The ceiling of the reading rooms and the lending room has 57 round conical openings, 1.8 meters in diameter, which function as skylights. The principle is as follows. The depth of the cones ensure that no light rays can penetrate at an angle of 52 degrees or less. Thus, the lighting is indirect all year round. This achieves two goals. First, the books are protected from direct sunlight, and second, the reader is not disturbed by shadows or sharp light, whatever his position in relation to the book. The inner surfaces of the cones reflect daylight in such a way that the rays from each skylight spread like a diffuse cluster over a large floor surface. Every seat in the reading room receiving light from several cones is thus bathed in a composite light." End of Aalto quote. This is an example of seeing human sensing, behavior, and experience as the final goal of design, instead of material forms or aesthetics as such. Aalto's approach could be called experiential architecture. Aalto's presentation of the evolution of his daylight system for the Viipuri Library is a rare testimony of the process of thinking and imagining in his intuitive and associative design process. He reveals his spontaneous, playful, and abstracted design approach, which seems to be close to associative and abstract painting. Instead of separating the two practices, Aalto always emphasized their affinity and interaction. Quote, "First and foremost, abstract art has given impulses to architecture in our era. On the other hand, architecture has provided material for abstract art." End of quote. This interplay of the arts is crucial in my way, and unfortunately, we have lost that interface. The architect's studies of light reflections around the reader and her book are remarkable examples of a designer's empathy. They anticipate Louis Kahn's statement, quote, "A man with a book goes to the light. A library begins that way," end of quote. Aalto's Viipuri Library and his numerous other libraries surely have begun by imagining the individual reader as well as the society of readers. Aalto has also reveals his spontaneous, associative, playful, and abstracted design approach, which is close to abstract painting. Quote, "When I designed the Library of Viipuri, I pursued the solution with the help of primitive sketches from some kind of fantastic mountain landscapes with cliffs lit up by suns in different positions. I gradually arrived at the concept for the library building. The library's architectural core consists of reading and lending areas at different levels and plateaus, while the center and control area forms the high point above the different levels. The childish sketches created a kind of unity of horizontal and vertical structures. End of Aalto's quote. Description applies rather directly also in the solution of the Mount Angel Abbey Library in the late 60s, over 30 years later, with the exception that the different levels in the project echo the actual sloping site, stepping down instead of being constructed up from the ground level, as in the case of the Viipuri Library. Alvar Aalto's regionalist mentality. Alvar Aalto was deeply rooted in his Nordic homeland, its landscapes, climate, culture, people, and atmospheres. Siegfried Gideon compared Aalto's ties with Finland with the deep Spanishness of Pablo Picasso and the Irishness of James Joyce. However, at the same time, Aalto aspired to be a cosmopolitan, interested in the borderless world of modern art, as well as in the literary treasures of European history, European culture. However, the favorite book in his library was a book on inventions, which indicates his interest in developing complex architectural solutions and devices, also for illumination. In the 1920s, Aalto was engaged in Nordic classicism, and during the first part of the 1930s, equally enthusiastically in functionalism. But soon he became critical of the fashionable placeless and stylized abstraction, the one-sided visuality and shallow rationality of the prevailing modernist approach. He wanted to tie with the sense of the sense of architecture with tradition, landscape, and the general atmosphere of its location, and the real experiential and sensory world. While standard modernism aimed at generality and abstraction, Aalto sought uniqueness and concrete sense of place. But most importantly, he also wanted to found his architecture on the human behavioral, experiential, emotive, and mental realities. He spoke of the little man, the unknown user of the buildings, as his real client. Since the early 1930s and his functionalist masterpiece of Paimio Sanatorium, Viipuri Library, the Finnish Pavilion at the New York World Fair of 1939, and the Villa Mairea Residence, 1938 and 39, Aalto was regarded as an inspiring alternative to the main line of modern architecture. In his canonical Space, Time and Architecture of 1942, Siegfried Gideon, the arch historian and ideologue of modern architecture, titled the chapter on the Finnish architect, quote, Alvar Aalto, elemental and contemporary, unquote, and introduced Aalto with the following sentence, unquote, quote, Aalto is the strongest exponent of the combination of standardization and irrationality, so that standardization becomes no longer master but servant. End of Gideon quote. To describe Aalto as an irrationalist is surely a misinterpretation of his intentions. Instead of supporting irrationality, Aalto very clearly wanted to extend rationality. He spoke of extended rationality to include subtle areas of mental, psychological, and subconscious realms of the human mind. He also wanted to extend design towards science, especially the contemporaneous psychological and biological discoveries. Quote, I have a feeling that architecture and its details are a part of biology, end of quote, he wrote. Today, this is the newest orientation of architectural thinking, is to see its connections with biology and our fundamental biological, biohistorical nature. In his transition, Aalto shifted his interest from the external architectural form to internal individual experience. Here, Aalto's attitude is parallel with the new views of John Dewey, the American pragmatist philosopher, who in his seminal book, Art as Experience of 1934, expressed that works of art are constituted only in their individual experiences. Aalto never referred to Dewey, but his transition to the experiential criteria took place simultaneously with the book of the pragmatist American philosopher. Excuse me. Alvar Aalto's architectural landscapes. From his earliest projects to the final ones, Aalto always aspired to recreate a unity of the surrounding landscape and architecture. His buildings echo the characteristics and topographies of the site, but he also designed the ground and terrain in the vicinity of the building as a mediating zone between the landscape and the building. There is a real exchange and dialogue. The character of the landscape is echoed in the building, while the building seeks a conversation through the miniaturized landscape gestures around it. Natural landscapes always have a specific illumination. Geography and light interact and create the atmosphere and identity of the place. Aalto's architecture creates a similar unity between the characteristics of tectonic, formal, material, and light qualities, giving rise to an integrated architectural landscape. Aalto was deeply rooted in the Nordic atmosphere, landscape, and culture. So much so that even his projects abroad, regardless of the undeniable architectural qualities and echoes of their distinct locations, as in the case of the Mount Angel Abbey Library in Oregon, always also reflect a deep Finnishness. The characteristics of the northern landscapes, formal, material, textural, and light qualities, can be identified in all his foreign projects. His projects in Denmark, Germany, France, Italy, United States, and Iran are all a fusion of their location and a distinct Finnishness. The library of the Mount Angel Abbey is not an exception in this. As I enter this building, I have a strong feeling of familiarity and the sense of returning back home to Finland. Alvar Aalto, architecture and painting. In his youth, Alvar dreamt of becoming a painter, and in fact, he painted all his life. Besides, some of his most significant foreign friends were internationally famous artists, from Brancusi, Braque, Picasso, onwards, Reger, etc. In his writings, he keeps referring to painters and artistic ideas that had emerged in the art of painting. He even felt that abstract painting had introduced the new spatial and formal ideas in architecture. Quote, "It all began in painting," unquote, he said. He regarded the continuous interaction of the arts and architecture essential. We can easily see a painterly attitude in Aalto's architecture and lighting designs. He is always painting an atmosphere with light, in the manner of some of the greatest painters. I wish to add here my personal view that today's architecture and its education are severely suffering from a mistaken professionalism and separation from the realm of the arts. In two of his early articles in the mid-1920s, Aalto wrote about Fra Angelicos, the Annunciation, as the perfect depiction of, quote, entering a room, unquote, the transition from the garden to the interior. While he saw Andrea Mantegna's painting, Christ in Gethsemane, as a, quote, a brilliant analysis of the landscape, unquote, calling it, quote, an architectural vision of a landscape, unquote, and a, quote, synthetic landscape, unquote. He added a personal confession, quote, for me, the rising town, here he means Hilltown, has become a religion, a disease, a madness, call it what you will, unquote. The mountain landscape of this painting could well have been in his mind during the design process of the Viipuri Library. Especially the cubist collage was close to Aalto's way of thinking. And one of his masterworks, the Villa Mairea, reveals a number of collage aspects in its densely layered and complex entity. One aspect of Aalto's collage is the repeated use of some of his favorite themes, especially the fan shape. In a way, Aalto and his office developed a huge collection of partial solutions to architectural problems, which were repeatedly used, refined, and reused. Many of Aalto's standards were related with illumination. Aalto and the metaphor. Aalto used the astonishing light phenomenon of northern and Arctic winter, aurora borealis, as a formal motive or metaphor, first in his superb project for the Finland Pavilion at the New York World's Fair of 1938. The undulating, leaning, and layered image of the interior echoes directly the imagery and structure of this natural light phenomenon. Even Aalto's code name in the design competition in 1938 for the Finnish pavilion was Aurora Borealis. Variations of this formal theme can also be identified in his sketch proposal for the Metropolitan Opera House at the Lincoln Center in New York in 1956, and later in the main hall of the Essen Opera in Germany, 1959, and then execution 83, 88. It is remarkable that in these architectural projects, the idea of the dominant interior shape arises from a metaphoric phenomenon of light. This shows Aalto's freely artistic way of thinking, which he himself refers to in the case of the mountain landscapes of the Viipuri Library. But it also reveals the power of the metaphor generally in artistic thinking. No wonder Aristotle underlined the significance of metaphor in the arts. And he wrote, quote, "The real master is the one who masters the metaphor." End of Aristotle quote. As numerous other designers of the modern era, Aalto designed the acoustics of lecture and concert halls using analogical theories of light reflection. However, it was found out later that light and sound are not reflected similarly, and this ungrounded analogy brought several severe acoustical problems also in Aalto's projects, especially in the Finlandia Hall. Even in his study for the acoustics of the Three Crosses Church, Aalto used the light reflection analogy in acoustic design. Next chapter, quantitative and qualitative light. An aspect which has been less considered in modern design is the experiential and emotive quality of light. In one of his essays, Aalto uses the expression, quote, "the hygiene of the eye," end of quote, in reference to the qualities required by human vision. I succeeded to divide lighting design both in the architectural elaboration of natural light and artificial illumination in two categories, quantitative and qualitative light. The first aims at a certain numerical level of illumination, whereas the second aims at a comprehensive perceptual, mental, emotive, and atmospheric experience. We could also describe the two approaches as the technical and the experiential one. The first is ahistorical, whereas the second seeks to echo our biological and historical past. The usually unrecognized biological fact is that we humans are primarily twilight animals, and we need both light and shadow, as well as illumination at varying levels of intensity. Most fundamentally, our health needs the seasonal and circadian rhythms of light, characteristic to the geographic location we live in. Our health requires changing atmospheres of light, as all life is guided by the rhythms of light. Modernist architecture at large has been oriented towards the quantifying approach, whereas Aalto created convincing examples of atmospheric illumination. The level of light intensity is not determined for a singular purpose, but the aim is to create an overall ambiance and atmosphere. Aalto's illumination of houses and office spaces is not decisively different. His interior spaces and light fittings create a mixture of illumination and shadows at different intensities, and these differences are mediated softly without strict boundaries. Aalto also designed a number of outdoor lights, which also create an experience of a distinct place, instead of merely providing a technical and anonymous illumination. Aalto's light creates places with spaces. We could call Aalto's approach a painterly light. The varying levels of illumination activate our perception, emotion, and thinking. Allow me, can you go back to the previous? Allow me to tell a little true story about Alvar Aalto's staff library in the National Pensions Institute. Some 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, I took Frank Gehry to see this space. He walked up the stairs from the opposite side at our back and stopped there for 5 minutes, completely silent. Then he turned over and took my shoulders and said, "Juhani, now I'm going to cry." This is such a fantastically focused and harmonical space. Modernist architecture at large, then we continue, has been oriented towards the quantifying approach, whereas Aalto created convincing examples of atmospheric illumination. The level of light intensity is not determined for a singular purpose, but the aim is to create an overall ambience and atmosphere. Aalto's illumination of houses and office spaces is not decisively different. His interior spaces and light fittings create a mixture of illumination and shadows at different intensities, and these differences are mediated softly without strict boundaries. Also, Aalto also designed a number of, sorry, now I'm repeating myself. Sorry for that. In his largest skylights, as in the National Pensions Institute and the Academic Bookshop in Helsinki, the attention seems to shift from the character of light itself to the complex construction of the light device. Due to our cold climate, the structure is always a double construction. Light is celebrated by the dominant shape and presence of the device. Often Aalto arranged daylight and artificial light to enter the space from the same direction. Electrical lights were placed either above or within the skylight. In the Paris pavilion, Aalto also used separate external sunshades to prevent direct sunlight from entering the exhibition for the convenience of the visitors and to protect exhibits from damaging direct sunlight. The advantages of the poché. Modern architecture in general has regarded conceptual and structural clarity as well as general structural transparency as unquestioned virtues. As a consequence of this orthodoxy, the use of poché spaces for intermediate volumes to mediate between different formal, structural, or functional categories has not been usually considered acceptable. However, Alvar Aalto used frequently poché spaces to mediate between different units of structure or space were tuned into devices of between different units of structure or space were turned into devices of illumination, as in the case of the rhythmical windows on the eastern side of the main church space in the Three Crosses Church, where daylight is guided through an intermediate space, actually a ramp leading down to the basement floor. The articulation of structures for the benefit of enriching illumination is evident in countless historical examples, from the use of the wall thickness of medieval constructions to the complexity of daylight in the famous Bavarian Rococo churches, such as the Vierzehnheiligen Church. In contemporary architecture, construction and light are opposites, but in these historical examples, they are integrated. Articulated and tactile light, We dwell in constantly changing phenomena of light, but contemporary architecture, equipped with gigantic panes of glass and bright electrical illumination, creates uniform spatial continuities. Quote, modern buildings would be better with only half of their window surface, unquote. Louis Barragan, the master of colored light, suggested, underlining the significance of shadows. Modern houses would also be more enjoyable with only half of the brightness of their interior light, I would like to add. We usually think of light merely as a visual experience, but light is also a tactile phenomenon, a mode of unconscious touching. In fact, all our senses are modes of touching, and they all originate in the original skin tissue of the fetus. We touch the world and feel how the world touches us, as Maurice Merleau-Ponty writes about the paintings of Paul Cézanne. Through its directionality, light touches and reveals the shape, texture, temperature, and the surface which it hits. A richly articulated space heightens our senses and makes us feel related with it. This is from Villa Mayra, the upstairs, the bedroom floor. Interacting with shadows, light creates atmospheric spaces of varying illumination and soft boundaries within the usually hard-edged geometric spaces determined by material structures. Light is a mediator and sign of life. A reader of a book or letter next to a window, lamp, or candle creates a poetically touching unity. We are intimate and emotive. We are in intimate and emotive interaction with light. Quote, light in the window is awaiting light, unquote. Gaston Bachelard observes. Light is always a gift, and it can also mediate an experience of miracle, spirituality, or faith. An intimate and focused light like a candle or the warm light of a fireplace makes us have a pleasurable experience of the historicity of light. Light mediates a distinct sense of time. There are hurried lights, but there are also patient and waiting lights. Some of Aalto's light fixtures hold light as a vase holds precious liquid. Others reflect or scatter light in order to create a sensation of sprayed light. Light is woven into space. Alvar Aalto's forest light. Modernist architecture at large has supported the quantitative approach, whereas Alvar Aalto is an example of atmospheric illumination. His interior spaces and light fittings create a mixture of illuminated situations, shadows and spaces of light at varying levels of intensity. And these different realms are mediated softly without strict boundaries. His light has an activating and stimulating character and a distinct rhythm between brightness and shadow. We need obscurity and dimness, as much as sharp vision for our sensory and mental balance. Dimness protects experientially our sense of privacy, intimacy, and individuality. And we know that very intense illumination is used to break a person's mental coherence in torture and interrogation. We also know that changing levels of illumination activate our perception, emotions, and imagination. Alto spaces appear to possess perceptual and emotive conditions which echo the varying situations of being in nature or a forest. Also, in terms of the formal, material, textural, and color world, his spaces mediate rich and relaxed feelings of being in a forest. Aalto's New York exhibition is an architectural and atmospheric celebration of the northern forest. It is a space which fuses the opposite experiences of architectural construction and the sensation of forest interior. It is a unique exterior and interior at the same time. Aalto's architectural spaces in general have perceptual and emotive qualities which are similar to being in a northern forest. Also, his formal, material, and color contexts reflect those of a northern forest. This is not evidently his conscious intention, but rather a result of his multisensory, bodily, haptic, and emotional architectural language. Aalto's New York Pavilion and many other interiors exude the air of an abstracted, man-made forest with corresponding forest light. Here, architecture simultaneously turns into its opposite and its context. This pavilion is an architectural and atmospheric celebration of the northern forest and its spotted light, although the light in this case is mostly of an imaginative kind. In Aalto's design for the Institute of International Education in New York, the forest image is made even more explicit. Alvar Aalto aspired to turn architecture away from shallow rationalization, formalist abstraction, and artificiality. The violence of mechanization, as he wrote. He spoke about, quote, extended rationality, unquote, and brought the gentle and changing light of the north into his buildings through varying daylight devices and light fixtures. The image on the now on the screen is the Villa Maeria sauna. Instead of aiming at unified spaces or illumination, he created richly articulated and nested illuminated spaces. Instead of a shadowless and unified light, he created activating articulations of light and shadow. The council chamber in the Saunatsalo town hall is wrapped in a caressing and protecting twilight, which makes the members of the council feel their individuality being protected or supported. The space focuses on the rather small painting by Alvar Aalto's French painter friend Fernand Léger, providing another humanizing touch. Similarly, in his numerous libraries, the illumination has been conceived for the pleasure of the individual library user. Indirect daylight eliminates glare and protects the book stacks from excessive daylight and provides a calm and concentrated atmosphere for the reading areas. He also aims at an experience of specific and unique experience of individuality instead of an air of standardized generality and anonymity. The ambience also highlights and respects the value of books instead of turning them into nameless mass objects of consumption. Variations on the Aalto themes. In his vast practice, Aalto developed numerous lighting solutions from normal vertical windows to the cylindrical skylights of the Viipuri Library, the Baker House in Boston, and the Iron House in Helsinki, to the complex instruments of illumination, such as Aalto's double skylight constructions of the National Pensions Institute and the Academic Bookstore, both in Helsinki, and the Aalborg Art Museum. Sometimes Aalto's lighting systems reflect historical precedents in completely unexpected contexts, such as Aalto's favorite motive of the antique outdoor theater, which turns into the impressive skylight system for the largest lecture hall of the Aalto University. Here the ideas of ideal sound reflection of the Greek theater, an ideal illumination of a lecture hall, history and novelty are integrated. Aalto's symphonic masterpiece of illumination is the Three Crosses Church at Vuokseniska in eastern Finland of 1956-58. In this religious building, daylight enters the space in a number of ways, creating a sensation of being surrounded by sacred light. Daylight washes the wall behind the altar from the highest point of the space, while a lower light enters the altar wall from the right through vertical louvers. The tactile and emotive illumination is balanced by indirect light through a plastically shaped wall of the double facade on the eastern side. The artificial lights repeat the same multiplicity of illumination. Light mediates both atmospheric and symbolic meanings. Finally, in the window on the left side of the altar, there is a single glass pane with a red image of the crown of thorns designed by the master himself as a signature of the work. And I end my lecture in an Aalto quote, "Architecture is a synthetic phenomenon covering practically all fields of human activity," end of quote, and end of my lecture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juhani, for giving us a deeper insight into the light of Alvar Aalto. One wishes to take the first plane to Finland to see all of these phenomena in real life. Thank you so much for giving us that view today. There's now the possibility of asking questions in the Q&A, which you found here in the bottom of the screen. So please do. I'll just give you a minute. And maybe while the audience are preparing questions, I can maybe ask you, Juhani, because since we are among students here today, as well as colleagues and friends. Maybe some of the students would like to have an advice. Maybe they would like to have an advice about how to study light in architecture. Do you have some tips and
yes,
personal experiences that you would like to bring forward to the students?
yes. When I was a student, I grouped my books in two categories: architecture books and other books. 10 years later, I realized that the category other books was a much more important category for understanding architecture, because the so-called architecture books were almost always emphasizing form, whereas literature and the other books on cinema, etc., and poetry books, they focus on human experience. And the real essence of architecture is always in the experience, not in the geometry or formal qualities. Of course, those qualities are also there, and they need to be studied, but we have to understand that the real quality is one that we experience. The 18th century poet Keats wrote a sentence, nothing is real until it has been experienced. It's a very simple thought, but put in a almost shockingly simple form by a poet. I think an architect or a designer, and I guess also an artist, can best learn by actively observing phenomena around her or him. And for me, when I have begun new projects in my life, architectural projects, I can't remember any case in which I would have gone to architecture books. I always sought books of early Renaissance, the Siena School and Fra Angelico paintings, because they are so beautiful and humanely touching that they adjusted my mind, made it receptive to the phenomena that I was dealing with. So my answer to your question would be study art endlessly, both historical, classical, and today's art. Then you learn about light.
Fantastic. That is also, of course, this our basic thought with this series of lectures is actually to make the connection between art and architecture. So it's very precise what you advise the students. There's I should say everyone should do that. But there's a question from Martina Masimova. Thank you for the lecture. I wonder if you have come across other artist, architecture, or designer who has a similar light sensitivity as Alvar Aalto. And that's a question for you. Yeah.
Well, of course, no phenomenon in the world of art is entirely singular or unique. I think of art and architecture, as well as philosophy and literature and all modes of thinking, as orientations. And there are a number of architects and designers who are oriented in the same way towards a experiential and emotional and atmospheric illumination as Aalto. Jörn Utzon being surely being one, Sigurd Leverens being another one, and there are of course architects also today, young and older, who have the same orientation. What makes Aalto's work specific is the combination, the rich combination of approaches and aspirations. I myself, I think it's, I could say at least judging by my own development that as a young person, you don't so much understand the subtleties of light. You understand the quantities of light and probably the drama of light hitting a wall, but to understand the painterly subtlety of using light, it requires a bit more age. And in a way, Aalto's light is could not perhaps appear from a beginner in architectural craft. It is the end result of such a long synthesis of numerous things.
So it demands time and awareness and consciousness and aging.
And what?
And becoming older. Have been.
Yes, patience. Patience and acceptance of fundamental uncertainty.
Yes.
I don't think there can be a great architect or artist who cannot tolerate uncertainty. Mm-hmm. This is what, for instance, Joseph Brodsky, the Nobel laureate poet, says clearly. He writes, writers do not aspire for expertise, they collect uncertainties. I have collected uncertainties all my life.
Beautiful answer. Beautiful answer. There's another question which is about another important issue right now in our world, the climate. And it's Eddie who asked, what is your thoughts on architecture, art, and climate? How do you imagine to keep doing art and experimenting with shape and light without compromising with the environment? That's a question from Eddie.
Well, this question points at the regionalist orientation of architecture as opposed to the universalism of the modern age. For me, this is a very evident problem in architecture, that architecture has become almost a consumer product. It has been detached from its cultural and geographic and climatic ground connections, and it has become a device for aesthetic, I would use the word manipulation, because manipulation has a negative connotation of almost being violence. But there is so much in architecture today which uses aesthetics as a way of conditioning desire and behavior. Architecture and art should liberate us from such obsessions, not tie us to these obsessions. There is a book of a good friend of mine, the German philosopher Gernot Böhme, who died unfortunately 3 months ago. The title of the book is The Critique of Aesthetic Capitalism. That's a very important and actual idea that in today's capitalist world, the original Marxist need has been replaced by aesthetic aging. And unfortunately, we architects and designers naively seem to accept this manipulation, commercial manipulation. I think that we need to become much more conscious also, how would I say, socially, economically, and even politically than we are now. We defend ourselves in an aesthetic realm, but there is no pure aesthetic realm. It is always surrounded by the vulgarity of current, consumerist world. We have to, and also what I suggested in my lecture is that we need to become more realistic about ourselves. I often tell my students that we are all millions of years old. We have to begin to recognize who we are. We are products of biological evolution, and in today's design world, that archaic perspective, which is part of us, everyone's constitution, is not discussed or acknowledged.
So in that sense, one could almost say that it's also a moral and ethic discussion that lacks.
Absolutely.
Mm.
But in the modern age, there has been very little conversation on ethics and beauty.
Mm.
And I think those are fundamental dimensions of the human values, which have to be discussed again. I have given a couple of lectures and written a couple of essays on both ethics and beauty.
Yes. And maybe the next question that's from an anonymous attendee. He or she writes, since light and shadow has so many qualities that can be incorporated in architecture, why do you think that they are not incorporated in new buildings? ?
I would say the main problem arises from the fact that architecture is taught and practiced as something outside of us, as something material that takes place and exists in the material world only. No, architecture exists fundamentally in our experiential, emotive, and imaginary world. And when we become sensitized in our design process to these realms, I'm absolutely sure our attitude to the work we are doing changes. That has happened to me at any rate. I'm now almost 86, but I'm a different person than I was 50 or 60 years ago. But that's a very natural growth process in everyone. If I felt the same as I did when I was 30, I would not be a normal person at all. There would be something wrong in my mental world.
There's one Ingrid Skåland. She has been writing, maybe it was related to my first question about how to study light, where you talked about your two bookshelves or your two parts of your bookshelves. She has been writing very concrete on literature tips. And you can choose whether it's from the architecture bookshelves or the art bookshelves that you will give a tip or two.
Well, all art forms deal with phenomena of architecture. I have recently been exchanging letters and discussing about the similarities of architecture and dance quite a lot. There are now dancers in different countries who have read my books, and they feel that they apply my ideas apply directly to dance. Of course, because architecture is choreography. What else is architecture than guiding physical movements and mental movements and attention and emotions in the occupant or visitor to a building. So I'm saying this just to point out that all arts are so deeply connected. Our time just tends to underline the differences and separations. I think we should begin to pay attention again to the similarities and unities of things. Yes, and books, all kinds of books, poetry and novels, they are important books on architecture, not architecture as an academic discipline, but architecture as a dimension of and context of human life. And when we read a great book, we keep creating the cities and houses and places in our imagination, which is fantastic. Yeah. Why not, as students of architecture, train our architectural imagination by reading good books and let them train our imagination?
Exactly. There's another question from Vimund El Isu. He writes, thank you for inspiring presentation. Could you elaborate more about the practical approach Aalto had for designing natural light solution for creating atmosphere?
Well, atmosphere is another concept that existed already. There was some interest in atmospheres in the end of last century, but then it was forgotten during the century of modernity, and now it has emerged. Atmosphere is a complex, multi-factor experience. Practically all our experiences are combinations of different senses, and we definitely have more than 5 senses. There is the limited one sense experience usually can only take place in a laboratory. The innate capacity and tendency, almost obsession of our senses, is to collaborate. So our experiences, true experiences, are almost always multisensory. And I think as architects and designers and artists, we need to feed and train and activate our multisensory experience. And reading good literature is, at least in my case, a very fine stimulus for that multisensory imagination. And in many ways, we need to weaken the boundary between sensation and